Welcome to today's presentation of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our ongoing efforts to record whatever we can of the first Super Mario Maker before Wii U and 3DS online services all go down at the beginning of April this year, 8th of April, I believe. This is going to be our second sitting with levels by Kiavik, and as I said in the previous stream, he is an enormously influential maker who curated the Years of Mario Maker projects in both Maker 1 and 2, from years 1 through 6. And we're going to get into some of the levels that he's very, very famous for today. But before that, I'd just like to scroll back a moment to add a little bit of additional context to something we played near the end of the last stream. So you may remember that we played something called A Familiar Old Tune. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. And it was described as a Looney Tunes music level, and even as somebody who claims to know the Warner Brothers animated classics very, very extensively, I could not place it, and I could not remember what it had to do with Looney Tunes. As it turns out, we recalled after the stream that it is, in fact, the melody for the exploding piano gag that first appeared, I believe, in Ballot Box Bunny with Yosemite Sam, and which appeared in a couple of other Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies shorts besides. So the fact that we couldn't place it at the time was a pretty serious dereliction of duty on our part. And having failed in our purpose here, we apologize profusely to all of our viewers. But that's okay, we played it. Let's move on. So, we're going to get into patch 1.3 of the original game today, which was the Fire Car and Bumper patch. And if the banner would load here, if the image would load, yeah, you can see that the Fire Clown car, having just been introduced at this point to the Mario series on the whole, making its first appearance in Super Mario Maker, is going to be used here in something that Kiavik calls M-Type, which is almost certainly something to do with the old side-scrolling arcade shooter R-Type. Except with the letter rolled back a few spots, because apparently it's M for Mario. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's do some shooting. Anyway, Bumper's going to get me in the cockpit right away. We're not really going to be tracking our high score here, but let's just get into this right away. Obviously, as soon as people started seeing the fire car in the trailer for this patch, immediately shooter concepts came to mind, and then, of course, the charge shot here is going to help a bit as well. Oop. Let's actually dodge some of the enemies though, that might be helpful. Plenty of room to do that with the slow scroll that we see here. Probably didn't take the overhead threat from the sledge there nearly seriously enough. And piranha plants from below. Yeah, kind of interesting use of spacing here to encourage the player to go up and down in order to dispose of various threats. Oh, no, hang on. I did a charge shot the wrong way there. And into the tank we go. Now, I don't remember the original R-Type well enough to necessarily catch anything that would be very specific to that game, if it's a reference to any particular bosses or environments, but I think the general concept is well known. Very notable as a... well, we were definitely getting there too slowly. Very notable as a horizontal shooter in the early home console era, when generally vertical shooters in the arcade format were much more preeminent. And let's take all of these out over here. And back up a little bit. Okay. Obviously, if we are able to take a point of damage, we can, first of all, not bump into the corner, and secondly, make it through the Podoboos on tracks later with a bit of a margin of error. Of course, it would be better if we just flew into that cleanly instead. So, we'll try to make that happen. Oh. I've always been quite poor with momentum control when it comes to clown cars, but we'll make do. Yeah, the sledge and cloud is a nice touch. In a lot of levels that are in this format, you will see things like the piranha plants and especially the spinies, because they just seem like a very natural fit for this concept, but the variety of movement that you get out of having the sledges and the clouds as well, I think is kind of nice to see. And having a flower here for, well, not much of a buff to our main gun. But we'll pick this up and there's some space. Whoop. Now, I don't know if there will be some kind of bonus at the end for having kept all power-ups. But that's something we should consider in case there is potentially a reason to replay this for superior performance, but we're going to get a fire flower anyway, so kind of fully armed at this point. And the spread shot here from the fire flower plus the clown car is going to give me a little more to work with. I'm fairly certain I actually did play this level when it was originally released, because I remember it standing out among the early efforts to do clown car shooters, and I actually do remember some of the placements, like that Bowser Jr. section, pretty clearly. Also very much like Kid Icarus, you'll see. Now, losing the helmet here, yeah, because Kid Icarus, you know, in its last act actually has a horizontal shooting finale against Medusa. It is very similar to what was going on in games like R-Type at around the same time. There's a kind of combination platform and flight game. Oh, it's not great. We need to be doing a lot better here, just following the rhythm. But yeah, a lot of the clear flags, as I've been saying, and the stars have not actually been accurately preserved from levels that I played many, many years ago. There doesn't seem to be any particular system to it that I can tell, except maybe if I first cleared things a very, very long time ago, so didn't actually have clear flags on anything here to remind me of what I had or hadn't played, but oh, we're going to lose at the end anyhow. That's okay. We played that very untidily, we'll just try to do that better and keep the powers up if we can, because I suspect there will be some kind of bonus for doing so. But yeah, obviously a lot of people attempted this concept in some fashion, but I think in terms of the variety, the pacing up to the boss, this was something that really typified how to do a lot of proper spacing to make something like this work. So, let's just shoot our way back there, and we know that there are enough power-ups to get me back into shell plus flower, I believe. It is progressive mushrooms and fire flowers all the way down the corridor, as we've seen. So we just need to be able to keep this. And, whoops, nope, never mind. I think at this point we probably won't get the flower, which puts us at quite a disadvantage, but we will see. Because I know there's at least one more power-up. I don't remember if there were two. And yeah, we don't need to be perfect unless we're going for score. It's not like we're going to be reporting our score in Miiverse anymore, so let's get over here. Yeah, without the spread shot here, that's not quite as convenient. I think we'll just dodge him. Yep, losing the helmet, not great. Losing everything, really not great. Whoops. Yeah, it's kind of nice that it's designed in such a way that the power-ups feel pretty impactful. In terms of making a difference to the enemy setups that come after you obtain them. Oops. Whoop. Oops. Making a bit of a mess of it this time. But we'll just dodge accurately. Nope, that's not accurately. But we got rid of the sledge well in advance, so it's a plus, I suppose. Alright, let's head on down. Kind of nice to see the semi-solids here, marking that sort of phase transition into an interior corridor that is also a very typical kind of mid-level background change in arcade shooters in their prime. Oops, let's see here. That's something we've noted before with Maker 1 in general, just a far greater presence of big semi-solid backgrounds in general. Let's just nuke that and continue. Okay, much cleaner than usual so far, but let's not lose this right away, obviously. Just take out what we can. And yeah, past this point, piranhas aren't going to touch me, so we'll just proceed and make good use of the spread shot, which we didn't have in the previous attempt in this location, and kind of nice to actually clear all this out with a diagonal shot. I wasn't expecting it to work that cleanly. Anyway, let's get ready for Junior. Not yet, but now let's get ready for Junior. It'll be coming soon. Oh, nope. Helmet got peeled. And we're in a fair bit of trouble here. Whoop. Can I grab the flower? Nope, just out of view. Well, that'll make this a fair bit trickier. But then we just need to stay in position and just follow the rhythm of going up and down, and hopefully the Bowser fire will not be too disadvantageous. We can just take this pretty cautiously, I think. It'll be fine. Charge up does take some time, so it's better to just pelt him a little bit, I think, until we are ready to continue. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, notice that because there are no key doors yet, that there's nothing really precluding us from just going straight for the pipe. I'm trying to remember, of course, the Bowser collision in SMM1 versus Super Mario World. And in general, that's something that is a bit of a vulnerability to most boss concepts in Maker 1. That, I mean, we can't do it now because we're small, but just the ability to damage boosting exit in many places. But wait, there is more. And of course, this has the airship camera bop going. So, anyway, Zone 2. Much cleaner if you have the fire flower ready, which I think you would only have that if you are not just starting at checkpoint. But I don't quite know whether all of the power-ups are consistently progressive. I would assume they are. And yeah, this is kind of nice too, being able to drop everything from the ship and disarm it just by blowing up the hard blocks, in some cases anyway, not all of them. Just to give yourself a little bit more space to work with. And that blast takes care of quite a bit. And yeah, actually, just because of the breadth of the shot, you can take quite a bit away. Over here. Whoa, that's quite a lot to deal with. That's okay, we'll just clear that all out. And I guess we'll... Whoa. Yeah, this is a nice way to do it, actually, having Bowser obstruct the blocks that you actually need to blow up. Yeah, kind of need to do this rhythmically, and better just pelt him instead of charging the shot, I think. Or not. We'll see. There we go. Now, there is some kind of bonus for keeping all the power-ups. It's a bit of a tall order to get to it at this point, but there isn't, so we'll complete it. Yeah, blowing up the armaments on the bottom of the ship was kind of particularly well laid out. Anyway, let's mark this one and continue. And thank you to GG Mang. Let's get into 2016 with the Twin Snakes. Whether it has anything to do with the GameCube version of Metal Gear Solid is probably in doubt, because I just see Twin Snakes here in the thumbnail image next to a world record held by Warrior, who we played completely earlier in the month. Let's take a look. Looks like it might have some of these custom snake block patterns riding on the tracks, so we'll dance between them, we'll see what happens. And we'll try not to hit the spike top itself now. You have to be aware of the momentum here, because we are riding on blocks that will take us along, unlike other snake blocks we know. Whoa. Down arrow telling me that we're going to be proceeding, so probably waiting for something else to loop back down here for the wall jump. Yeah, that's what I expected. Pretty well signaled, actually. I mean, you know, so many things are going to happen there given the track setup. Should have been the spin wall jump there. That would have been much more sensible. This was not great. I knew I was going to get in trouble here.
Oh no!
Yep, I did notice as soon as we got there that I'd read that a little bit late, just as the track blocks here were turning around. Oop. Missed a mushroom, that's okay. We'll just run with that. And we'll just be careful as we turn to the next segment. And we'll wait. Wall jump up here, and yeah, we'll just... no, again, should have done a spin wall jump. It's pretty clearly supposed to be a spin wall jump, unless you are up there high enough to really wait for spike top to turn the corner, which I think is not something we should count on. Anyway, once again, let's let it loop around. And we'll just try to follow it over. You can already kind of tell, I think, how the level is going to develop on this concept, that you are going to see the second snake come in at some point, possibly in the next segment, and We'll be dancing around both of these quite a bit. Whoops, I was hoping to make that. That's okay. Checkpoint. And inside the box. This is something that we've seen in a couple of different Maker 1 levels in the past. A sense of playing inside the box, but now you can see really filling up that entity limit with all the blocks on tracks, leaving not much room for anything else other than whoa, all of these one-tile spike blocks to obstruct you. No, that was a bad idea. That's okay. Yeah, I thought this was going to be the wall jump, and it is. It's just that we didn't really do it properly. I was kind of wondering how the second snake here with the Buzzy was going to go, given that... Well, I mean, we did see it in the title image that it was going to be ice blocks, but since we're already on winged blocks, I was wondering how much more complication we would potentially have. Anyways, here's a chance to bust them wide open. And look at that, lots of Spinies coming in on the same tracks as well, so just firing at you the whole time. Now, the Buzzy's not going to die to this, so I think we just need to bust our way through and create an open passage. Nice little change of pace of the level here. This comes as a bit of a surprise. I thought it was mostly going to be platforming the whole way through. It's kind of like the big spectacle games that you see sometimes where you get to ride on the boss for some ways before you punch them out. It actually kind of reminds me of a particular fight in The Wonderful 101, which also takes place on top of a giant serpent. A lot of fights of that character in many action games, in fact. Now, of course, we don't want to get squished, so we do want to open up as much space as we can and just take out the snake. I'm very impressed with that record that is held by Oryutsu, just given how this is set up, because, you know, there's a lot of flexibility to how you might potentially create room to get through this. And some measure of risk depending on how you open up the gap that you need, so... Anyway, they are still alive. Or maybe there's different snakes, we don't really know, but, this little sinusoidal setup here. Whoa, nope, that was not great. Failure. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, you kind of need to hug the top of the curve, otherwise you just don't get enough momentum to make that jump. We know that, we just didn't really map that out accurately. Plenty of time to figure that out and use the momentum to your advantage. Yeah, definitely need the top of the curve, which we missed once again. Otherwise you do get smushed. We'll do it. Much better, except that was a squish death right there, so... Need to be fairly precise. Probably will just a spin jump across those coins in that gap. But we'll see. One little nuance that's quite important here, let's not start over, is that because they are the Winged Buzzy and Winged Spike Top, you're not going to be able to knock out the enemies in any fashion, I think. But might as well proceed this way. Now, just enough jumps to work with here. Okay, so spin actually does take you a little bit high. And yeah, Mang, I mean, you know, you see a little bit of momentum here, and that's a Mang-approved concept right there. Just having to take a bit of that initial movement to boost yourself over. And then we're not quite getting it, but... Whoa. Yeah, and you do have to follow the coin trail, otherwise the squish will happen. That's something that's fairly clear to me, but, you know, sometimes we try to get out of trouble. Not very successfully. Okay. Now that's nice. That's not so nice. And then, yeah, there comes a point where if you're just too far back on the tail of the blue snake, that you're just not going to make it over. Yeah, Document, I mean, it only took him until early 2016 to get his act together, right? And... oh, whoops. That did not go well. I was hoping to back out there for a bit for the mushroom, but again, we can't really sit back on a tail for too long. Yeah, a lot of variety between each segment of this level as well, which is nice. So you can actually just ride it over into the coin. We don't need to jump over, as long as we position ourselves well on the snake. Yeah, you just ride into that gap with the blue snake. It actually gets in there pretty accurately. You need to make the initial jump, of course, but... and then, yeah, you do, again, need to jump off of the hard block snake to get into the appropriate position for the upper coins, I think. Because that's just a curve that you are supposed to follow. So you kind of need to read which snake you want to be on. Or you can do it like that. And the level does give you enough information to do that. That's... you're basically switching between the two snakes and you try not to get deflected onto the wrong one, because you just watch the sinusoidal curve, the sine and the cosine, and determine which one you actually need to sit on safely. So it's not that challenging from the perspective of execution. It's more of an observational trick that you just need to catch on to, which is nice. Yeah, of course, you know, a concept like this, it just bleeds out the whole entity limit very, very quickly. So, I think that's about as much as you can pack into it. And look at that little heart. Oh, there's a secret. I think that's probably an accessible secret if you look at the lower pipe. We're playing this again. I did notice the gap that the snakes went into after the first segment when we played it. I did notice it. But I didn't think that was accessible to the player. I guess you have to wait for the snake to go in completely and then you follow it in. I know exactly what the spot it is right before the first exit. Oh, never mind. It's the kind of thing I totally wouldn't have noticed if we hadn't paid attention to the more info banner, so to speak. The titled banner in Make 1 terms. We'll just do it again. Yeah, you can stay up high, or you can spin it right here. Not totally confident. That was not a great idea. We needed a little bit more height from backing out against the snake blocks there. But yeah, of course we'll go for the secret. Then we'll see what happens. I guess it's sort of the case that with Maker 1 where there's a far greater expectation that the overall layout will be visible to people, whereas nobody really checks more info unless they have a good reason to. And Maker 2. Yeah, look at this. That, yeah, we're gonna miss it. Maybe we need to get ahead. Yeah, we actually just need to get ahead of it. We can get ahead. We can't fall behind it. I didn't remember that there was that overhang over that slot, which would preclude me from following the snake in, which is what I had presumed. We need to get in ahead. But yeah, just, of course, a far greater expectation to make it one that people are able to see the title banner unless they're playing this in 100 Mario Challenge. So we should remain attentive to things like that for clues to optional content. Because it is there. And we want to take a look, so yeah. However, now this will be interesting. I guess you would need to be small to go through there. Then, there we go. And look at that spiny hat, which will allow you to smash this up early. I'm gonna break some hearts here. Not going to be an entity limit trick or anything, though. We're just going to smash it up. Because we seem to have earned it. Oh. Come on. There we go. I think it's dead. I think we can stop stomping it now. And then this drops me right in with... Whoa. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, on the upper track. Interesting. And you can ride the upper track over quite some ways. Although I wonder if you do have to drop out of it at some point. I think you kind of do, just given how this part to the left works. Although this goes off screen quite a ways, and then, of course, having the spiny hat does allow you to really take out some of it in advance of the final section, which is not a good idea if you, in fact, need to wall jump, but that's how Waryutsu would do the speed path, actually, for that world record that he held here. Not only do you take the shortcut through, but you... Whoops. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Something down there. That's interesting. Yeah, we didn't hit the checkpoint flag before, so we'll try to go for this again. So it looks like you can take a damage boost down there. I mean, if you do, obviously I'd want to carry the other Shellman perhaps so we can wear it. Yeah, I didn't notice that. That looks like a bit of an extra speedrun path on its own. Although you could do that with the Buzzy helmet just as easily, not just the Spiny. But yeah, if you kind of strategically broke snakes in advance with the Spiny hat, then you don't have to wait and shoot them to go through that second segment. So it's a very potentially flexible speedrunning path. We're going to try it again, obviously. I mean, I'm not going to go for any kind of record here, but I do want to see what the route is, roughly. And there's a great deal of room for the player to optimize how they're going to make that happen in terms of how they're going to break these snakes ahead of time without compromising one's ability to get through the second segment to the hardwood fire clown car. So... we'll try to stay on the upper snake this time when we load into the next section, because that's something that we know we kind of missed, although... yeah, you do kind of need to do this, and then go through here, grab the spiny hats. And let's get on top of the blue snake and try to stay on it this time. Just to see how this goes. And yeah, you actually can come up here. Obviously, well... now look at that. And then... more stars? Not more stars. Okay. One up, though. I guess we should wait for the tracks at this point. So that's interesting. That's an additional speed path as well. We're discovering quite a lot here. Yeah, I wonder if you can go up top at this point, but we're not going to see it. However, because we have the mushroom, we have an additional point of damage that we can take with us once we get the Shelmet over here. We're going to go down to the lower path. Nope, never mind that. Just missed the clown car completely. And then... Oh! What's that all about? Yeah, no, we definitely had to get on top there. Let's try to actually clear the level this way. I mean, it's here for the taking. Let's do it. All this stuff that's been tucked away, quite a bit more than I expected, in fact. Now, only thing is that it does seem like it requires damage just to fit into the initial secret exit location in the first place, but we can live with that, maybe. Okay, then we actually do want to take a point of damage over here and then continue. Grab the helmet. And then we'll stay up top and go for the stars. We can. Except, no, you can't go for the star if you have the helmet, which, I don't know how I feel about that. That seems like it kind of punishes you for taking it. I suppose if you hold the helmet, take it into the next segment, and then hit the star, and then grab it, and then wear the spiny head after that, that might do something. I mean, that seems a little opaque, but it's a secret path. It's going to do that kind of thing, perhaps. I wonder what the actual speed route is, given that there are a lot of options to play with here. And of course, back in Maker 1, people could just inspect the level in the editor anyway if they wanted to find this sort of thing and see what's hidden. Oh, no, oh, no, that's too late.
Oh no!
Okay. I mean, obviously, having the star in a final segment is going to be quite a big help in its own right. As long as you don't die to the squish death, which is actually still a possibility. Whoop. Let's not slip up too much here. Why don't we just ride this in front? That's much easier. Except now we have to take damage and then run. Nope.
Oh no!
Okay, let's try to get off the spike top in a timely fashion next time. Before we try to pull something like that. And let's keep going. And then, yeah, we can spin jump on the spike top and ride it out, but let's remember to take damage this time to go for the other path. And yeah, let's try to get ahead of it slightly.
Oh no!
Okay, maybe we shouldn't take damage that quickly, but okay. Now we know. Well, we had a better method down earlier. We should maybe just go back to it and stick with it. Yeah, again, the start in the second segment seems to get you ahead quite a bit, but I wonder, I guess with combination of the star and the mushroom, the idea is that you can just run through the second segment and get out through the bottom pipe. But we haven't really mapped that out ourselves, so we'll see what it is. Okay, good. Now let's go. And let's just take it with us until we can hit the star, and let's not miss it. I was trying to land on top of the star and then put on the helmet. That was about a tile off. Might not actually be that beneficial to have the spike top, the spiny helmet anyway, in case we wind up breaking a little too much in the last segment, which we'd be headed to pretty much right away. Let's let this come down. I just saw one up in the corner there. I had previously not seen. To the top left of this whole stake segment. I don't think we had seen that previously. Let's do it the same way. We do need a star, so. But of course the momentum here from the ice does cause some complications. Oh, and we lost the shell anyway. Okay. I bet we could have done the top path here. Okay. Can we still run through here? No, we lacked a bit of time on the star there. Yeah. I wonder if we could have gone all the way to the top, though. I feel like we can. I have to remember some of the camera rules and the ceiling rules in Maker 1 as well. Because I'm not actually sure how tightly those spike blocks are built to the top of the ceiling, simply because the camera isn't scrolling far enough for us to see that. And with Maker 1 camera scroll, you know, you can't necessarily tell for sure that you can't go any higher. Anyway, let's try not to lose the spiny helmet this time. Obviously, spiny helmet plus mushroom would have gotten me just a little bit further. In the next segment here. Oh, we put on the spiny hat. Okay, so no star for me. Alright. Unless, of course, we just touch this guy and then... Yeah, I think the additional... Oh, no, that's a problem. Alright, we'll just ride up top. That's fine. Then that's going to come down and cause problems, yeah.
Oh no!
Anyway, we're not going to mess around with this too much, but I do want to see obtaining the star in the last segment again to see if anything is unexpectedly different about it. It would be nice to get a second clear this way. Let's catch up a bit. I do like that there's enough back and forth that you can catch up if you do deliberately fall behind as much as I did just now. That was not quite deliberate, but it does work in my favor as long as we can get over this jump here, which we will. Okay, carry the shell and let's not lose it when we get the star. Or do we automatically lose it when we get the star? I'm not sure, but let's just pop the star first, then put it on. Now we're good. Then that's okay, we'll just stop this when the snakes come. Yeah, again, definitely not a speed route if this is the case, unless of course we had landed on top of that mushroom, took a damage boost immediately, and had a second point of damage available after that. wonder if we can just grab this. And yeah, 2 helmets peeled off, that's okay. And then allows us to ride up top over here. And then we're just back in the same position we were in before, except having the star here, of course, is going to be pretty helpful. And then, not quite the top of the flag, but excellent rather than wonderful. And this time we will take the clear. Yeah, that's still about a minute off of the record, but that's because we were sitting on top of the mushroom block for a while, so we can kind of see how the record path might potentially exist. I think we've mapped out what we wanted to see. Because you are going to lose a certain amount of time going down to the heart instead of going through the pipe immediately, I think. As you go from segment 1 into 2. But segment 2 is meant to give you a time save with the star and allowing you to outpace the snake blocks completely. Not the snake blocks, but, you know, the track snakes completely up top. So maybe that easily makes up for that. The extra few seconds that you would lose for going down to the secret path instead. In fact, not really, because if you go down towards the secret path, you're already jumping off of the track much earlier than you would if you were going for the exit pipe to begin with, so maybe it's about equivalent. And so it is just a straight up time save if you just take damage boosts from the mushroom and the shelmet after expending the star. And then I think the idea is that you run straight into the bottom pipe and then into the next segment after that, and that, I think, accounts for the time that we lost. Anyway, let's proceed. Thank you for the GGs. And speaking of GGs, let's look for a KK at a level that might be politically risky to abbreviate. World record held by Ragnarok X. And let's see what it is. And look at those big mushrooms all over the place here in Super Mario World, where it'll be totally inconsequential. I guess we do need this one to drop. It should drop somewhat reliably, as long as we're not totally off angle from this guy. So not too much waiting that needs to be done here. Yeah. Look at all those aesthetic big mushrooms down there. Just there to say, look at me, I've got the 8-bit amiibo. Anyway, let's take this down. Yeah, it is possible to aim these quickly, which is nice. Link in Time, welcome. Hope Maker 1 has been going for you as well as it has been going for us. Notice that this one's going to drop on top of the P-switch once it activates. Standing in this corner here is not great when there's a guy on the left, though. P-switch gives me the bridge. Would totally lock me, of course, if we... Oh, that's not good. That's okay. As long as we don't lose every P-switch. And we'll take that. I don't know why I'm still instinctively trying to do the NSMB twirl in these, but we will, of course, take the big mushroom just to show you that absolutely nothing happens. Yeah, you forgot you could place the big mushrooms in all game styles to make it one. Yep, we saw that in one previous level, I think. And... whoops. That definitely threw me off at the time as well. But now we're used to it, apparently. Yeah, the more we see of the big mushroom, I mean, there's a lot of functionality to the big mushroom in general that I didn't really know back when Maker 1 was current. And only learned about either from playing the YMM levels or these ones that I've been covering over the past few weeks. And definitely, I think, that was a period of time when Nintendo was still going out of the way to make the Amiibo collection feel very meaningful in terms of the quality of the perks that you would get. Yeah, definitely all the aesthetic effects, not just the CRT effects, but all the Luigi sprites and everything. It's just really something that typifies that kind of toy box element of Maker 1 that I think we definitely don't see as much of in 2. Yeah, so you had to be pretty quick here not to let the Magic Koopas just take out the P-switches by themselves, because if they're aiming directly at you, that's just what's going to happen. And yeah, this will do nothing, so... However... well, it'll just break this open. What? Wait a minute. Wasn't there a one-way... One-way panels are activated by Magic Koopas. I did not know this. One-way panels are eliminated by the Magic Koopas. I mean, this segment exists to show you that. I absolutely didn't know that about Maker 1. I absolutely did not know that at all. Just think of all the entity trickery it could completely break if it worked the same way in Maker 2. That was a huge surprise. And yeah, that segment pretty much just exists to show you that, just to say in advance of Maker 2 ever existing, wow, look at what we are going to lose someday. Anyway, let's power our way through the Muncher. And we do need a Magic Koopa up here to take this out for us. Yeah, so it makes contact with the top part of the one-way panel. And when it makes contact there, that's when it disappears. I'll have to do it again over here. If it would kindly shoot me. I think we need to lead it down here somehow. Oh, yeah, by leading this guy down. There we go. And then, yes, we lead this one down, and then it shoots the one on the left. And then we chain them down until this. Yeah, kind of interesting that no matter what it spawns in that hard block, this stack remains intact because of the way the Muncher will crush whatever is below. This, of course, means that we're going to shell jump our way out of nothing at all. And who is going to come up to the right and get rid of this for me? Well, I think first we need this one-way panel to go down. Yeah, this is very, very interesting in ways that we appreciate even more now that the tech is gone, because like it really kind of recreates the feeling of seeing something in Mario Maker for the first time, because it's something that doesn't work in 2, right? Because it's sometimes very easy for people to forget what a wow factor there is to concepts the first time you see them, and that's the case for many of Kiavik's levels, where for many people, his levels would have been the first point of contact with tricks like blasters and clown cars on layer 2, as we saw in the last stream. And, oh, yeah, we're supposed to elevate a Magic Koopa up here somewhere and then follow its projectile, right? Or are we not? I think we need... yeah, no, we need this one to go down. And then shoot me here. There we go. Because now we've progressed to this point. Oh. Okay, I guess we'll see it again. Yeah, a lot of the Magic Koopas here basically just say to the player, look how many entities are still left on the budget. Then we'll let it take out the panel. mean, it is a waiting segment, but one doesn't really even mind because it gives you ample time to appreciate what you're seeing. Now, here's something interesting that you can do. This means, incidentally, that you can take out the previous one-way panel as well. And I wonder, in terms of respawning rules, if they just stay completely down. But I really want to see this. Whether it can aim all the way back. I want to see this, too. Secret. Yeah, that looked like it was a potential secret. I just didn't know if we could get that angle. Oh. Interesting. I mean, you know, the axe trick is very well known by now, but we need the POW to kill all of these and then release them because... Very nice. So yeah, we found a shortcut, so we will do the level through the standard sequence after this too, of course. And there is a star down there that we saw. I don't know if it's disappeared out of view at this point, but... we'll just try to do this, and yeah, we eventually have to kill the correct Magikoopa, which is just disguised by the preponderance of Magikoopas that we see here. And yeah, we already have, in fact, the axe is right here. We'll be coming back to do this in the standard route as well, so we'll definitely run this again. Not unlike the RNG, it's just the camera was out of view at that point, and we'll just have to see it. Yeah, that 116 that was held by Ragnarok X, an automaker we know quite well. Anyway, let's go for another round. And yeah, it's kind of interesting that, you know, it's set up in such a way that you can actually have a reliable speed route if you just get in position right away to aim the Magikoopas where you need them as they spawn in. Yeah, but that's something that is a hallmark of a lot of Kiavik's design as it kind of evolved in both Maker 1 and 2, is that he does usually have secrets and alternate routes in mind. And the secrets are becoming a much more of a regular presence. I don't know how many of them we might have missed in the other levels up to this point. Whoops. I was trying to be careful to, you know, make sure we make contact with the P-switch before the projectile, but that could have gone better. But yeah, we'll definitely be on the lookout for more secrets as we go, since that's starting to become a bit of a regular feature at this point. I mean, you can tell this is a level by the kind of person who would get everybody to bake a cake for the YMM series later on. Okay, less efficient than usual over there, but we'll make it. This is an interesting corner over here where you do kind of need to keep on your toes and play defensively. Where, you know, you can't just tuck yourself in a corner, you do in fact have to take a little bit of a risk by standing there. Now, this is, I think, at the point in the game, I didn't see the date on this one, but I think it might have been after the jump that made P jumps, the patch rather that made P jumps absolutely terrible. This, by the way, is another bridge that, well, it just sends you lower down in the layout, I think, back to where we were previously, so that's not going to be too useful. We'll try to kill this one with a Koopa, that seems to be the easiest way to avoid issues. And Yeah, and this little pocket here for Koopa, that's something that we'll need to deal with in order to lower the thwomp. Yeah, this shows you pretty early on what happens later in the level with getting the thwomps to get the Magic Koopas in position for a shot. Didn't pay that much attention to it the first time, but we now know what happens later in the level, and that's something that becomes quite relevant. Yeah, a couple of these bridges all over the place that are just waiting to be broken. We'll come down here and... Aki Setsuna, welcome. Let me give you a big shout out. And hope League has been going well for you today. Now let's get up over here. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. We are showing off some old classics in Make 1. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Bonafide Pirate, watch this. Watch what? Watch this. Make a 1. Magic Koopas destroy one-way panels. I did not know that. But then that's because I hadn't played this level. So. And Aki Setsuna, you went 3-4, but you had fun. Yeah, that's just gonna happen, I guess, you know, if matchmaking is reasonably accurate after a certain time. You just kind of expect to go 50-50 after sufficient matches. I mean, I've never played League of Legends, but I'm sure if you played it enough, the matchmaking stabilizes just like it does in most other games. So, whoops. Okay, let's lead it all the way across. Yeah, absolutely crazy mechanic. Whoops, no, thought I could just spin jump over this guy. Well, that was not the case. And of course, because this is Super Mario World, that mushroom will do nothing. We despawned a Goomba, that's fine. And then... yeah, the mushrooms are actually kind of just an optional collectible. They're the equivalent... we died here the last time too. Of optional collectible coins. We saw the first one and obtained it just before the end of the first segment that we just passed through. A nice way, in fact, in any style other than SMM1 to do a very clearly marked optional collectible, since back then, of course, they didn't have the 10, 30, 50 coins. Oh, Magic Koopas kind of broke everything here. That's okay, we'll break it in return. Very frequent power-ups just to give you a little bit of damage protection. And yeah. And you expect you'll improve, just unlucky a few times, say, yeah, that happens. As long as you're not, you know, in a massive slide where you spend hours telling yourself, okay, you know what, I'm going to quit after my next win, and then that just doesn't happen for hours. Let's finish on a win, famous, not quite last words, but definitely words before a very long session. Okay, let's go down. Aim this guy properly. There we go. And yeah, let's just be careful here. We don't want to stand under this one-way panel, in case it's an enemy that drops. Now, because of the Maker 1 camera... oh, it's just a coin, but because it's a Maker 1 camera, of course, as long as we are down there, the camera scrolls aggressively down. There's another optional mushroom. Yeah, this was the secret route down here. We saw that earlier, so we're going to bypass it, and we'll try to continue this way. I wonder if there are additional secrets that are done by way of pipe stacking. What? Not there, obviously. Yeah, but the first bridge is secret. And since it is in a sub-world, it was hidden away if you don't think to check it in the first place. Anyway, let's get over here. Yeah, it's always kind of interesting when it comes to team-based games like League and Dota and so on. Whether, you know, people have a more relaxed experience from being able to blame their teammates effectively and not feeling as much individual pressure, or if the interpersonal setting actually makes it more stressful for them. I think it's sometimes very revealing of player personality, whether they do better with single player or multiplayer. I feel like when it comes to a multiplayer setting like that, there's, you know, less anxiety involved in starting a match, but sometimes a lot more frustration when it comes to actually being in the match. Have I played Mechagodzilla yet? We're going to get to it. We're definitely going to get to it today. Assuming we don't, like, really stall out on something. But Mechagodzilla is coming. It is going to be in the set today. So that's something you can look forward to. Alright. Oh, whoops. That was a bit of a reading chat Goomba on the head. Yeah, you're saying in League it's just front to back stress, yeah. Seems to track with what people have told me. Okay, now we're over here. And P-switch over here. We have not seen this part of the level before because we took the shortcut previously. Maybe this was before the PG jumps were. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, that was a bit slow. We could have just punched through some of the yellow blocks and gotten out of there, perhaps. You know, if you get a sufficiently high jump on top of Magic Koopa and just try to take a shortcut, but I knew I was going to get in trouble there when we started missing a few things. Yeah, the only MOBA that I played significantly was Heroes of the Storm, actually, which is quite different in many ways in terms of its map philosophy and everything there, but back in the Warcraft 3 days when Dota was kind of just becoming a thing, and Dota was actually kind of starting to take over the entire scene. I mean, Dota was basically like the refreshing special of the Warcraft 3 era, where it just took over the lobbies for a long time. And yeah, I played it back then, I couldn't get into it. And, you know, the thing is, if you didn't get into it on the ground floor, you would very quickly wind up in a situation where people would just yell at you for not knowing what you were doing. Which might still be the case. And because basically in the Warcraft 3 scene, things went either one of two ways. You either wound up playing Tower Defense or you wound up playing Dota. And I was definitely one of the Tower Defense people. Like, just totally different philosophies of what you can do with an RTS engine. Whether you're doing kind of slow, patient, solo economy building, occasionally with a team element, or if you're doing things that are more like hero control rather than management. Oh yeah, we've been down here many times. We don't need to do this. Hang on. And yeah, I decided back then that I really didn't think Dota was for me, and then never really got back into it again after that. But yeah, there was a while when, well, yeah, I mean, eventually, just what happened with the Warcraft 3 scene was that Dota just completely took over. And for a number of reasons that I have far too many opinions about, the custom scene wasn't really able to survive into StarCraft 2. Yeah, this is a problem. You know what? Let's just get out this way. I guess we can't. What's this SD lock doing here, Kiavik? Yeah, unfortunately we had a really bad shot from one of the Magic Koopas in that sequence that took out a corner that I needed in order to proceed, and so I was trying to look for an out after that, and we just couldn't find one quickly enough. But that's inherently going to be a risk of building something that looks like that. I don't think it's a cheese strat, no. I mean, I was considering that in the first place, but the thing is, if you don't know where the P-switches are going to be and where to continue on the path, or not having seen it before, that's really not going to help you. Yeah. Like I said, we did find a shortcut path previously and finished the level once already, but we want to do the whole thing just to see it properly and appreciate it, because some of the mechanics have been very, very interesting. And the design of the boss segment at the end was pretty interesting too, like, in terms of how it was put together. Okay, we need to get this guy to aim forward a little bit. That's a little better. Or not. Come on. Let's get him to aim this way. No. There we go. Yeah, I just need to make sure he's taking a nice straight shot towards the road that I want. Whoop. And then, yeah, we'll just get out this way. And not stand underneath. I was about to say, oh, you know what, we can totally stand underneath. I got the fire flower, and then I realized, wait, it's going to spawn a Buzzy. And it did. Yeah, again, we don't want Magic Koopas to shoot the P-switches. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's a big problem. Especially if you're tall and... Okay, now we're just dead. Yeah, the secret path is actually much, much easier to execute, even though you do need to set up a very opportune Magic Koopa shot in exactly the right place. Because that P-switch segment is pretty deadly. Because there is that prevailing risk all the time of Magic Koopas just eliminating their own P-switches. And that's something that we definitely saw in action in the first part of the level. You know what, let's just get the shot up here instead, and then run through this way. There we go. And then again, let's stand back a little bit and have one tile. Is that gonna work? No. Come on. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of random variance here. There's got to be a good place to stand that's a lot better than what I'm doing, but that one's going to be a straight shooter. Does the P-switch Magic Koopa interaction still exist in Maker 2? I believe it does. The one-way panel, though, definitely doesn't. The one-way panel is like... It seems like it would just totally reprogram from scratch in Maker 2. Because there are so few behaviors that work the same way. And, you know, people sometimes talk about things that change between Maker 1 and 2 as things were added and deleted or whatever, but while somebody who knows more about the technical side of the game can fill this in a lot better, to me it's actually fairly clear that they just rebuilt the engine from the ground up, and then, you know, a lot of things that we missed about Maker 1 just were never in the design document as things they thought were worth keeping or even inspecting. Whoa. Okay, let's go for the next one. Then... Ooh, close call there. Checkpoint flag. That's interesting. The right side... Are we going to check the right side just before the checkpoint flag? Okay, I'm glad I didn't. Oh, okay. No, this is a P-switch check. Like, if you still have a P-switch active, then you get a bonus. In this little potion bottle here. And yeah, so it's actually the same finale sequence. Oh, okay, I thought we were going to scroll into this room, but it's actually a pipe stack that takes you into the same finale as the shortcut. And then once you release this, then you get into the same fight as before. Now, oh. We got very lucky that time. Last time we didn't even notice the light bulb effect from hitting the correct Magic Koopa, but... There we go. I don't really remember much about the way that Maker 1 RNG works. It is very different from Maker 2, which is kind of input-based. But I'd have to go back and look at some old technical videos or something again to remember. I was trying to think about that in terms of, you know, how much can you deterministically predict what the Magic Koopa position will be if you are, for instance, going for the record? In the same way that you have reliable RNG in Maker 2 if you get into a zone with no inputs, right? Like if you go through a door or a pipe and press nothing, then it's kind of like an RNG reset. But I don't remember what it was in 1, and of course a lot of these other behaviors, like the Magic Koopas and one-way panels, are quite new to me. Look at the pipe that's kind of over the skulls there. I mean, there might, for all I know, be more secrets that I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what you could even do with that pipe, though. It might just be something aesthetic. I'm looking at the pipe between the two skulls that are about 3/4 of the way into the layout. Whether that's something that is accessible. We could always check in the editor, but I'm not going to do it right now. Thank you for the GGs. Let's go on to the next one. Nikki's Puzzling Pictures. This one I know for sure I played. It's a very notable level. And again, it's another case of Kiavik being one of the first to do a particular concept that would be very widely copied later on, and which becomes more second nature. But I certainly remember that the first time I saw this was just a completely different perspective of Mario Maker. It'll look much more familiar to us now when you see it, but let's solve it from scratch. I don't remember the specifics well enough, of course. It's been many years, but we'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. You might not know this level if you're in Maker 2, but you'll definitely know the concept. Anyway, here's Nikki from Swap Note and Swap Doodle, if you remember that from the 3DS. Before Nintendo started clamping down on communication tools as well, since people were abusing them in nefarious ways. Anyway, so this tells you that there's a question block located above this little piece of art. Lo and behold, there is. And that just kind of tells you what the central concept of the level is going to be, and it also shows you that you're going to have optional coins to collect, which we will of course go for. Now we look for a clock, and there's a sound effect here that we need to be aware of as well. And then it might actually refer to something in a previous scene. Let me take a look. No, it doesn't. But that was worth checking. Like I said, I don't remember the solutions, so... Knock, knock, knock. Well, this is here. It might be something that you need to remember going into the next room. because you need to remember which clock it's going to be. And specifically, yeah, we need to look at the objects around the clock as well. So it's kind of interesting how it sets up the first room. Yeah, it's going to be 3 spaces from the wall with nothing to the right of the clock. So the first room isn't something that's memory dependent, it just shows you what the concept is going to be in terms of being able to match pictures. There we go. And of course we'll jump around a little more in case there is a coin hunt to complete here as well. I don't know if it's 1 per room, might not be. Yeah, you always like these memory decoration levels. Yeah, I mean, this was the level that kind of originated that, from what I recall. Or at least the first one that really kind of became popular. But, again, very, very widely copied concept after that in many ways. And let's see. And I think this shows you where the pipe not the pipe location, the vine location is going to be. It doesn't show you a question block, but it does show you a way to climb. And you have a mushroom platform that's kind of like a half tile over another one, like right. Hang on. Might be further up. Let's just check. I thought it was going to be this one here, but then there's a vine that would be along this column now. Let's redo it. 2 spaces over from, well, 2.5 basically over from that column, so would have been off slightly. There we go. Yeah, it was 1 tile off. Here's another key. Again, we do want to do the coin hunt, so let's take a look, and you can see it's there. So, better to not do the jump from the vine, I think. And let's continue. Okay. So this is going to be... I love how she's kind of shrugging like she doesn't know what to do. Yeah, we'll just try to keep that in mind. It is going to be, I think, blocks that are rotating on the tracks, and that when this is in the bottom position and this one are in the bottom position, that gives you the alignment that tells you that this will also be in the bottom position in their respective cycles. Yeah, because as you load into the room, the starting position is what's going to work. This had to be pretty precisely calculated to work. But I mean, it's 4 segments here, 6 segments here, and it's 12 here, right? Am I counting this properly? Yeah, 12 here. So, because the speed is going to be the same, and because you're not dealing with any diagonals or curves to complicate it, you do know that it's going to be basically a common factor between 4 and 6. That's how this is laid out. That you basically wait for the common factors to appear after 2 cycles of this one and 3 cycles of this one. So. And yeah, so there's going to be a question block that is outside of that segment, which I think means that we're going to go backwards to a previous room where there is the picture clue. So kind of a nice little meta twist on a previous clue where, you know, a clue itself becomes another clue. So we'll check that position. Yeah, so it's really interesting to see how a little bit of variation is introduced in each of these concepts. I thought it was over here. I totally didn't count the correct number of blocks, perhaps. Hang on. We might have to revisit, because I thought it was 2 to the left by a certain number of tiles. There we go, yeah. Yeah, I had counted that correctly, I just didn't jump very well. Now, we haven't seen another pink coin in a while. We saw number 2 in this room. We didn't really check some of these areas thoroughly. That's interesting. Yeah. 3. No checkpoint or anything, so we're not necessarily expecting a safety coin, depending on the length of the level. And it's going to be this platform. That's going to be in the next room. We have to watch the clock as well. Yeah, it's going to be this kind of semi-solid, and then... Oh. Did I hit this accidentally? Maybe. I feel like there's going to be something in this room that we need, like a... Oh, we'll take a look. I don't think I got ahead of something there. So yeah, that's actually... This is telling you about the clue to the previous room. Ah yes, we were just off by 1 block. Interestingly enough, you can exit this. And if you do exit that... Oh, you come out into this room. Okay, wait a minute, we're getting low on time. Let's go back here. We should check the right side of that later as well. Yeah, so this is a pipe stack. As you can see, that pipe that we exited out is kind of like a 2-to-1 pipe over here. Which tells me there's totally something to check up top. So a moment, we will of course hit this just to see what it is, but we'll check the right side too, just in case there's any kind of coin to look at. Nope. We're going to be a little down on time, so let's go back. And yeah, again, we knew from accidentally hitting this earlier that there's something. There'll be something here as well. That's going to be the key. 20 seconds. Let's see if we can do it. And yeah, you do kind of need to exit here to get to the door down below. Let's see how close we're going to cut it. Probably not going to finish it up yet because we're down on time. So that's okay. We've got 3 coins accounted for so far. I don't think I'd actually heard the swap note death chime before. And yeah, Lincoln time, no worries about not being able to say. But you enjoy all the Maker 1 that you've been playing as well. Okay. Now that we've made it through quite a bit of this, let's continue. Not that we're going for any kind of speed record, but we'll of course be able to remember a lot of what we did earlier. Yeah, if you notice the right side wall in the previous clue, that one goes quickly. This one, we might as well just get this clue in advance, since we know it's there. Just have an extra key to work with. We'll need more keys anyway. It's going to be this block down here. All the way over. And then we know how this one's going to go. Of course, if you're good at counting, you would be able to guess the position of this block early, but you wouldn't really have a good way to hit it, so... Now we know where the pink coin is in this room, so we'll just get that as well, since we've explored. Let's not forget the key. Whoops. I kind of wonder if there's a block to hit on the right side too, but let's grab this. We'll, of course, check that, just because we are curious. I doubt it will be anything, but it wouldn't center accurately. But yeah, this key we already have from the previous clue, so let's proceed. And then this clue we have read already, but I want to head over to the next room and pop out of the picture. I mean, if any of you have played House of Oob or OOB for Out of Bounds in Maker 2, you'll kind of recognize this sort of stylistic similarity as well, with the later segment in the level doing a bit of a meta exit. I think there's a sound clue where you have to stand on top of a particular mushroom while listening to this. And this is going around tracks. I'll have to go back and see. Hang on, let's take a look at this again. Mushroom and a couple of blocks up, and then we have to find basically the room where that chime was here, which is why it's very important that you play this level with the sound on. I mean, this level kind of gives you all these sound clues up to this point to make you wonder what's going on, so you know to pay attention. Now we haven't found a pink coin 4 yet, so we might still have to comb around quite a bit. But we will see. And yeah, it's just based on the distinctive sound clues that don't seem relevant at first, which keep you guessing. Yeah, even after having played many, many more picture reading levels in Maker 1 and 2, there's a lot that stands out about this one. Is very elegant in some ways, in that you have a lot going on that's different between successive levels, successive parts of the level, rather. We will check the left side, obviously, before we go for the pipe. Okay, still haven't seen coin 4, so... Love how the ending here is inside a picture frame as well. That's quite nice. But yeah, it's really nice to see the variety to this concept from room to room. This actually just shows you all of the pink coin placements. And so we're listening for this sound, and we're going to go for the lamp over here, which will give you a block to find coin 4. Yeah, the other ones, you know, we can just kind of find by exploration, but the last one didn't get. So it's going to be back to the same room that we got the sound clue in previously, given that it was the same sound clue this time around as well. Just keep going back. Really does have quite a lot going on with revisiting rooms as well. Hey. You know what? It could just as easily refer to the sound clue room itself, because there's no lamp over in that one we just saw, but it is the same sound that's in the clue rooms, and it would be very much in keeping with this level to make you think about the clue rooms as themselves locations that are going to be relevant. So I don't think I'd seen the lamp there, so we'll check. I think you just... no lamp here. Let's listen to the sound again. I might have misheard the sound clue. We will, of course, not just go for the flag down here. We'll try not to time out if we can avoid it. So let's listen to the sound clue here again, because we might have misheard it. Above a lamp. Yeah, because everything else here tells you where to stand to get the coin that you want. But unless this was the one in the first room that we already understood. Let's check it, because maybe this is the one that we're missing instead. But these look to be in sequence, though. We did do 1, 2, 3 here. So I think this is the one I'm looking for, not this one, but I'm not actually completely certain now that I think about it. We are going to be low on time, though, so that's okay. Just means we'll hunt. Don't know if there's a way to head up over here. But we will need to listen for the sound again. Find a location where this lamp shape in the background is going to be relevant. Now it does sound kind of like this as well. Yeah, there's actually a slightly different rhythm to it here in these pitches. Let's keep going back in case I miss something. It should be somewhere in this room, but neither of those lamps are accessible, so I wonder. It's not in that room, then what is it? Let's go back. See if anything else reveals itself right at the beginning. Not this room either, I don't think. 4 seconds, we won't really have much room to check it. Nope, not this one. Okay, we'll try to pay attention to... Yeah, no, this was the first clue in sequence, definitely. Because we saw... Like, it's basically telling you that the coin is going to be on top of this area that we see here. But that means that we still need to find coin 4. Yeah, and then this one here... nothing else in this room, I don't think. We'll pop all the other keys we can. Yeah, no sounds that are relevant in this room. then over here we'll mark this as before. And we'll just keep on going. All the way over here. I mean, this sounds like it should be the relevant room, but again, we're looking for this decoration, this doodad, and it seems like it should have been something placed over it, but we don't see it, so I'm just wondering if there's some additional location we can go to here. It's not going to be in this room because it's already a room that has a pink coin solution. And it has a different sound regardless. Yes, we'll go back there, of course, to get the pink coin. Then this one we know about. Nothing else to see here, I don't think. Hey, it's gonna take us up. So listen very carefully in case it's in another room or another spot that we missed. I feel like it should actually be in the clue room. In fact, decoration might be telling me. Ah. Let's consider this for a moment. Oh, I was thinking we just hit this where you're not looking for the lamp but looking for some other clue relevant to this room instead. That's okay. Let's keep going. It's actually this room, I think. Because you do hear sound in this room. Yeah, it's above the lamp over here. That's what it is. That's what it is. And I did check that location previously, but we didn't jump there because we hadn't listed a clue yet. But it is audible from this side. That's how you know it. There we go. Yeah, because when we were exiting here, I didn't really pay attention to the sound in the previous series of runs. So, that's all for. And let's see what's over here. And here is Genius. Oh yeah, this is the brain training costume, isn't it? All these things that are throwbacks not only to the Wii U, but to the 3DS era. Love the sound effect on this guy. Anyway. Yeah, Genius Cat, he's gonna meow at you. And we'll see what his completion chime is. Anyway, yeah, very satisfying. Love how it just varies up the concept from room to room. And I think there's quite a bit of sophistication to this that holds up even now that isn't just about the concept itself, but it's about all the different ways in which it was presented and tested. So, yeah, hugely popular in its own time, as you can see. As was this one, Buzzy Beetle Bullet Barrier. So we'll see what this one is. Looks like it's going to be... oh, some kind of buzzy ride. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, yeah, it's going to launch the buzzy, and then, yes, I think I may have played this one back in the day, because the idea behind this is that, as the title suggests, the buzzy is going to be the bullet barrier. It's going to make it much more convenient to go through that. Now, I wonder if the speed path does make it viable to get through here without clearing the hammers, but I kind of feel like it would be more challenging than we want to put ourselves through. Oh yeah, okay, no, this one's not blocked yet, obviously. I was looking at all the hammers scattering everywhere on the left side, and I thought, great, we're safe, and then I forgot that, no, they're still alive, they're still throwing things. Because, you know, it's very easy to look at this and say, we can stand here now because all the hammers are in a death animation, right? But you do need to be careful that this doesn't just make you feel invincible once you're on the right side instead. You do, in fact, need to watch all of these volleys and then just pass through here this way. It's just enough blockage to kind of make it easier to pass through. I mean, I guess we kind of passed through without using that, but that's okay. Now, strategically, try to... oh, I see. We just need enough buzzies to sit up there in every slot so that we don't have to deal with the maze. Whoops. Let's not do that. Yeah. I mean, naturally one does wonder how viable it is to speed through it. Yeah, so you can basically... this is the intended way to do it. Well, certainly. I was trying to back up to show what I was talking about. That buzzy drops when you are standing just slightly to the left of where the hammers will hit. So right here, the hammers won't hit. And then the idea is that the conveyor pacing allows you to use it as a continuous shield. So we didn't see it as intended the first time because we just sped through it, but I'm glad we sort of went back to show you how it was actually designed. Anyway, let's get over here. There's going to be plenty of protection. And again, we're going to get just within range, except we want to follow it over like that. At a different speed this time. Mushroom check. And then we'll probably have buzzies coming out of here that we can drop. Oops. And now it's going to show you the buzzies stop the cannons here. But that we're going to fire it just before we drop on this side so we can... no, that's wrong. We need to drop the buzzy to the right and we ride to the left. Yeah, no, that's wrong. In fact, it's impossible to get out here now, or at least very tricky. Yeah, no, the buzzy rides on the right side. Mario goes down on the left side, obviously. I wasn't quite sure because I saw the drop down below and I thought, well, I mean, this is make one camera, I guess. Let's... oh, nope, got trapped there. Yeah, make her one camera until you go down a little bit. You can't actually see, that's safe. But the coins do kind of tell you what's going on here. And moreover, you know, obviously the shield has to be between you and the cannon firing the projectile, so... yeah. And try to make it through some of this quickly, but... whoop. And then you get the buzzy shell to just basically clear space for you. Oh. It's a little too far to the left there. Yeah, because even as a small shell, the fact that it's bouncing back and forth means it's going to shield you most of the way. There we go. I wonder if this pipe is here mostly as a reset or just as a main. It's probably just there as a main exit and we are going for a key exit instead. I'm not actually sure. Maybe it's also there just as a reset point. Or even a checkpoint for all we know, but well, we can always check it some other time. Seems like this is the better path though, but yeah, we can just walk in the middle and grab a key and get out. Next time we can check the pipe. I do kind of wonder if we can just speed through. I believe well, it would be difficult, but we can in fact do it, and then it just means we have no shell. I see. So this is protection for if you don't have the shell, I think. Or is it? Yes, because it's a many-to-one return pipe. Back to the previous segment. So it acts as a many-to-one pipe stack reset. In case you manage to speed down there with a shell and suddenly realize that you want one. Oh, whoops. Let's maybe take it patiently. Or we could just rush down while the shell waits on the other side. But and then down here. Then we let it take you across eventually. Just wiping everything out back and forth. Like your little bullet eraser. This we follow across, but let's be cautious this time because, you know, with all the projectiles scattering, you do need to stay behind the buzzies a little bit so you make sure that they're getting ahead of the projectile that you want to be protected from. Very satisfying. And here we just shield all the way across. Oh, we're a little behind. Okay, let's go this way. And down. I think after that swamp level that we played near the beginning of yesterday's set, Kiavik has at this point gotten most of the actually threatening hammer spam out of his system. But let's follow the shell and see what happens. Yeah, you kind of need to follow slightly behind to really be safe. And of course, everything's going to be set up in such a way that despawn distances will not be an issue. Players gated in exactly the right places to make sure everything stays on the board. Oops, let's not... Whoa, open behind again. And across. Checkpoint 2. Okay, so we got 2 shells going here. And yeah, we'll just walk across, and then we have to kind of hold back towards the conveyor in certain locations. And against the conveyor over here. And again, it's one of those designs that's more of a visualization challenge where you just need to make sure you're watching both places at once. I'm kind of more watching the shells than I am watching Mario, as maybe you could tell there. Because I'm just mostly getting a feel for the conveyors by our positioning. Alright, let's back into this. And then Here, again, my eyes are mostly glued to the shells. We just need to not be thrown off too much by the conveyor changes along the way. Sometimes it does help to glance at the conveyor belts a little bit so just so you know what's coming. And now, because this is Maker 1, we can do this. And can we get up to that cloud before... Well, you can't really do anything with it, I think. I think it's mostly there to just get you a way to hit the top of the tape. It's not really going to take you anywhere. Like, the cloud's out of reach. Anyway, we cleared it. I'm just looking at the layout briefly because, you know, we saw enough in the way of secret passages in the previous level and just verifying that we didn't miss anything really obvious. Just a little bonus at the end, I guess. But we got to the 1-up, so we just didn't get the tape. But I'm glad it gives you the option. Anyway, Super Mario vs. Mega Bowzilla. One of the best known Maker 1 levels of all time. Definitely in the conversation for being perhaps the best creation in the first game. Certainly that's how I remember it, and we'll see if it still holds up in quite the same fashion today. It is a level that was actually featured, sort of, in the trailer for Super Mario Maker 2. In spite of the fact that you can hardly recreate anything in this level in Maker 2, because of its very heavy use of things like potoboo offsets in the editor, as well as pipe stacking and all kinds of other things. But there is a very similar Mecha Bowzilla that appeared in Nintendo's own trailer for the second game. It's just that if you look at it very carefully, the offsets don't actually match up one-to-one the original design. Regardless, really looking forward to finally getting to record this one. I've actually played it many times before to really look at it carefully. I actually knew about Kiavik by way of this level long before I knew that he was one who ran Gears of Mario Maker. I think I'd sort of independently played a lot of the YMM levels without ever actually personally making that connection. But this was very much the level on which his reputation was made, even on top of all the other rather popular ones in 2016 that he'd been turning out. Just one banger after another after a lot of that early experimentation, as most makers experienced. Let's take a look. Also, I guess previously in this series we had kind of played the third-party spiritual sequel to this one, which was Birdo's To Kill a Mecha Birdo. I've sort of forgotten about the musical prelude to this one as well, in spite of the fact that I have played this quite often. Anyway, after that sort of initial tension from the boot stomping around, here's Mecha Bowzilla. And yeah, as you can see, very dependent on some of the offset tech, just to get everything to line up in a centered fashion. So when Nintendo made it for their own trailer, they did have to fudge that slightly. So yeah, it does give you a bit of auto-scroll pressure here as you dodge everything to the right. Yeah, it's very nice to see just how reliably it steps over everything too, because you know the player's forced to the right side, you know that all of the relevant objects are going to be tracking in a certain position, and then you trap it. And of course the scroll stops at this point as well, whoops. Because you're at the end of this part of the layout. So yeah, you just kind of start out here in the main world. With all of these buildings in a city that are being stomped on. Yeah, I think it's spaced in such a way that you're not realistically going to go to the left of it either. I was kind of curious about that because, of course, it would throw off the positioning and then you'd just die anyway. But in fact, since we're here, there are a couple of things I want to try with it. Because I just want to demonstrate. I tried to get in the feet there. I mean, obviously you can't really clear it like that. Because you get pushed by the auto-scroll anyway. But yeah, it's designed in such a way that, you know, you're basically sort of dodging in the half screen of space that you have between Mechagodzilla and the scroll boundary. It's really neat too to just watch the Goombas peeking out of the stilettos. It's like this mecha is just totally bending its knees. It's a neat little aesthetic nuance, just a necessity of using the boots in the first place, of course. But then, yeah, just perfectly positioned. We'll just watch out here. Quite a bit of dodging that we need to do. But there is a relatively safe location. And then you'll notice that it kind of matches up to the previous room that you had the pipes laid out in the previous room in such a way that it looks like you're kind of attacking Mechagodzilla's feet, which is exactly what you're doing here. I mean, not quite to scale with the outside, as you can see, but, you know, there's a certain suspension of disbelief that goes on. You can just think of Mario as having miniaturized himself to get into this main construction. Or you can think of Mechagodzilla as being sort of in the background and actually physically much, much bigger and more imposing in the first zone. Yeah, no, we should have taken the arrows seriously. Wasn't paying attention. That's okay, it just means we get to enjoy this again. Kind of incredible that this was within the first year of the game, too. And yeah, it's still Mechagodzilla as we remember it, just with a couple more mistakes on the player's side. Of course, you have Junior very happily piloting him. Alright, let's get over here. Drop this in. Yeah, interestingly enough, well, I mean, you do need to wait for the P expiry on this side of the level, of course, but we're just thinking about this little bit here. We're going to enter defeat, and yeah, of course, we're going to make our way back here after a point. The blaster drop that's going to happen. Actually, no, let me think about that. Yeah, I guess we, you know, hit the destruction button. The fact that the P-switch is active when you're going into this room. You said you're going to give yourself the exit over here. And after P-switch expiry, that gives you a gate that opens to this specific pipe entrance over here. And of course, with all the pipe stacking, you know, you're not necessarily guess that beforehand. So yeah, we basically take apart the feet. So this is not only just remarkably complex mechanically, but also a story level where, you know, you lop off the feet and that's okay because he just gets into phase 2. Yeah, we have to get chased all the way back here, and then that was not the wisest thing we've done, but anyway. Notice, too, that we're at checkpoint here, but the pipes here are set up in such a way that it matches the entrance out of the first act, as it were. To really kind of complete that aesthetic effect of having popped back out, only this time to the checkpoint flag that's been conveniently laid out for you. So yeah, no, we stay on this side. We do need to get into this key door eventually. It's a very clear location where it's going to pop on you, and yeah, because he decided to take a break down there, we wait, and then hang on. Then we have to get into the torso. And of course, this little key door here is just a bit of a tease for later. Because there's quite a lot this level is doing to create the illusion of a contiguous space and a seamless story. And we're going to get punched directly in the legs, in fact, as Mecha Bowzilla gets revenge for what we just did to him in the previous zone before the checkpoint. A crippling blow, and unfortunately Mario is not going to have a rocket pack to get him out of that one. So, let's hit the B-switch once he lands, and... oh, thought I was going to make it through in time, but that's why it's something we have to be a little bit cautious about. Chain chomp movement being what it is. We did, of course, see a tribute to this segment of the level in the Saku Museum level that we played earlier in the week, because this form of the boss does appear very briefly. Wow. Very accurate there. He's been practicing. Oddly enough, although this game appeared first, of course, in 2016, it does remind me a lot of the 2017 Nintendo game ARMS. The fighting game where you just, you know, use weapons that look essentially like the chain chomps do here. In fact, the mecha hero in that game, her name is Mechanica, but I was going to say something else because she very closely resembles a character in Overwatch. But, you know, if you outfit Mechanica with the heavy weapons in that game, she essentially looks like Mecha Bowzilla does here. Except maybe without the junior head. So. Okay, we're going to strike him in the heart and, whoops, miss a very, very easy jump. Heartbreaking. And we're just going to get punched in the face for good measure. Yeah, it's one of those levels where, you know, if you look at the burners, right, like they're doing something very clear for you aesthetically, and it looks like you're in this phase 2 where the legs have been detached, but at the same time, they're this little timing hazard here as you try to escape them in the auto-scroll. So, in general, that's something that we see very well expressed in this level, is that, you know, the aesthetic elements are also very kind of mechanically precise in terms of how they're guiding the player. Whoops. Don't know why I just leapt into that. Anyway, let's keep going. And then, yeah, wait for the burner for one more pass. One interesting little nuance here, too, is that if you are staying on the floor, you are out of reach of the chomps. Perhaps unless you're directly beneath, I'm not exactly sure. But for the most part in that sequence, when you are standing out of the way of the burners, you are safe from the chomps, I believe. At least you are when you're at this height, so for most of the segment here. So if you just stay grounded and you just dodge left and right, the chomps, not quite. I mean, they do reach pretty far, but if you kind of stay in that zone close to the burners, basically, where you're also dodging a fire, you're also dodging the chomps, I think, somewhat reliably. You're not really going to get sniped. At least I don't think so. Stand here, you'll generally be okay, and then we come over here, and then we break his heart once again before we get to the checkpoint flag that's rather visible in the bottom right. Alright, let's go over here. Punch him in the heart once again. I love how there's the heartbeat effect in this room as well. I mean, of course there would be, but it's just, you know, beautiful touch. And of course the mole over here is just going to create this chain destruction effect that follows you as it goes. And then now he's just the head, which protected by the spike top helmets. We're not going to do anything about that. So you have a climbing chase sequence here, which gives you a pretty decent range of movement. And then you're not going to get in here anytime soon. But, yeah, so now he's trapped in this position, and then the pipes are set up in such a way that it looks like you're kind of ascending into the pod from beneath and hijacking it like this. And then you see the key door over here. And then, of course, you have to run around to, oops, kind of grab him. I guess we need to wait for it to come around. A little bit shaky all over. And we'll just hit him 3 times and be done with it. Or not quite. That's okay, it just means we get to see this again. Yeah, a lot of things are spaced and set up to be safer than they look. And he's just going to keep firing. And up we go. Down below. Yeah, the sense of scale from, you know, having the illusion of Mario shrinking his way to get inside, or having Bowzilla be very big in the background, if you kind of want to imagine it that way, in the main zones. Either way, you know, the change in scale as you go from outside to inside is something that the pipe stacking pretty much permits. Because, whoops. Yeah, it's really the pipe decoration that completes that effect of zooming in. Anyway, let's go over here. And proceed. That was a little risky. Okay, too risky. Dodging all the fire like that. And we'll continue. And we'll just wait for the mecha to get in position over here, and then we'll go down. And back up into the interior. Whoops. The change in scale, too, also works well with this being a power-up refresh point where you're given a mushroom as you enter. I mean, for mechanical reasons, that's, you know, giving you a bit of an easier time at a boss, but at the same time, the effect works pretty nicely. Whoops, missed. I guess we need to go down and retrieve that. Well, ooh, the camera shake there, I think, totally threw off my estimate. Miss Piggy, welcome. And whoops. If you played Maker 1 in any serious fashion, you probably remember this level. And if you don't, well, this is... I mean, one of the things that's really striking about this level is that you can just immediately appreciate it even as a spectator. I think it's just very, very watchable, even if you're not driving the bus. Maker 1 is being very kind. We've really been seeing a lot of great content here. Some of it I've seen before, like this level I actually played multiple times back in the day. Some of it was new to me. It's been a mix. Whoops. Let's not stand there. I was not really in a good position that time. Yeah, quite a lot going on. There was that bomb trigger that was in the bottom right, as you might have just barely seen out of view. A lot of it is relevant to the initial destruction effect as well, as we kind of get into that zone. Anyway, let's approach the head once more. Then wrap around and shell him from either side, of course, if you just want to ride the track up and kill him as soon as possible. And yeah, one moment I'll read your message about watching the beast. Just a second when I have a bit of a breather here. Anyway, we got that. Let's go through. You got a phantom jump doing uncleared levels, yeah. I wonder about that key door earlier. I thought that was just a bit of a tease, but I wonder if it was something that I didn't remember. But yeah, you just wind up in the building here with the two doors being matched for aesthetic reasons. Hang on. Let's try to go here. Yeah, I wonder if there was something I forgot about the key door that was in the first segment, now that I think about it. Because it's been long enough that I don't recall if there was an optional room at that point, but we should check it. We should check it. I don't necessarily know if I'll clear it a second time. And yeah, go ahead and lurk, Miss Piggy. Thank you very much for dropping by. So I'm talking about the key door that is past the first segment. I actually don't remember it. I don't know if I would have gotten it before, despite having played this level. But we know enough at this point about Kiavik's general interest in optional content and optional exits that I do need to go back and check it. Because there are a lot of things that are done here just to sort of match aesthetics between zones. But I don't think that was one of them. I think that was actually relevant in a way that we have to see. Might be something to do with P-switch timing. I'm not sure, though. Oh, no, I was trying to jump out of that before the piece switch expired because I knew a shot was coming. And we didn't get that. So we'll try to hunt for the key. I think what it might be is if we wait for piece switch expiry at a certain point. Well, let's pay attention to piece switch expiry just in case there are overlaps that are relevant. But we'll try to figure that out. Because I honestly don't recall. Anyway, let's jump into position once more. Yeah, and of course if you don't drop in there, you just get run over. Anyway. Yeah, we'll just try to get back into the appropriate location to see. I think it was just past checkpoint 1, so we should explore properly and see what we can do. Just because of the way the piping works in this level, you know, you're not really going to have any back and forth as far as exploration goes. So unless it's a key that you're required to carry forward from the first segment before checkpoints, we should get back to CP1 first and then scan carefully. Yeah, you got the mushroom here. It might be something that requires keeping the power up as well. Let's watch carefully because there's all kinds of event triggers just all over the place here. Including that blaster column over there. So yeah, you can hit the P switch and then you need to go back up as all of those arrows that we didn't take seriously before are revealed. And yeah, as you can see from the blaster under the munchers, it is a repeatable P switch on either side. And then it's still a repeatable P switch over here, while the camera is still within view. Now we don't have it firing on screen right now, so I want to check something. So we let it expire. So P switch expires. Let me check something here. It's telling you to go down, but wow, the screen shake is totally thrown out. So yeah, the exit's down there. I just want to scan this carefully because we didn't get the blaster drop, as you can see, because we don't have the P switch active. Did I manage to successfully break this? I mean, yeah, it gives you the P switch again and reloads it, so you're not locked or anything. There's quite stringent protection against that, in fact. So yeah, it's basically a full reset here. And you'll notice that none of the hard blocks are ever destroyed, even with all the destruction effect going on. So the level is quite safe from any expiry shenanigans like that. Just looking at this carefully to see if there's anything we might have missed. Because here you get checkpoint 1, and then let's just look at it carefully. Because here is where you get the key doors. So, given that it scrolls past it at this point, we're supposed to have the key at this point. Now, where from? Yeah, because you don't actually get a chance to return to it later. So we should actually take a death here for a minute. We should check carefully. Because now that I think about it, in spite of having played this, I don't remember what the key door is. And I'm increasingly convinced I've actually never tried it, so... we'll see what it is. It could be having to defeat one particular part, but maybe that's too obscure. It might be something timing related in the interior segment that we see. Unless it's something that you have to get right away upon exiting at checkpoint 1. Seems like the kind of thing that, you know, I don't exactly know if it's going to be something that we have to obtain in this segment or the next, but... nope. Let's not do that. Let's think about it carefully. Yeah, because, again, I am pretty sure that if you don't hit the P-switch and up and you do get run over, so... we will check. We'll check very thoroughly. Meanwhile, we'll wait. Yeah, because I'm just looking at this and trying to see at what point could any particular element be perhaps defeated for the key. Unless it's a key that is in a block somewhere that we need to check. Again, hard to tell sometimes with Maker 1 camera being what it is, because we don't get much flexibility to check things. Whoops, there we go, that's a bit early, but whoops. Because there's not much to stand on. What it could be is if you leave the top blocks in place, perhaps something to hit if you stand on those afterwards. I'm just thinking about different places we can stand in order to get some vertical scroll on the camera, so we can check this out properly. But it's probably something in the interior, if I absolutely have to guess. And it could be something to do with P-switch timing. But we'll just be cautious about it. Anyway, let's keep going. Whoops. Yeah, because I'm kind of looking everywhere at the level at the same time, which is why we're failing on the easy stuff. I'm scanning around for anything that we might have missed. But we will see. Because that is, of course, a very prominent key door that is not something that merely aesthetically matches something in a later zone, which I was trying to remember. But anyway, let's go on. Whoops, that's a bit early on that, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to let the top coins stay in place, because the theory I have is that we want to stand on top of those coins just to scroll the camera a bit and see if there's anything to deal with over there. Probably not, because I'm thinking that it's almost certainly in the interior that we need to check, but... the key door is so soon after checkpoint 1 that I don't think it's just something that's between checkpoint 1 and the key, but it could be worth checking as well if we seem to be out of options in the first segment. try to scan this out accordingly. Then, yeah, let's stand on this side. Well, maybe not. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to keep the coins alive that are under the down arrow, in case there's something to stand on and check. Like if there's maybe a key obtainable from that position or something. But then if there is, it would be obtainable anyway if you were jumping on top of cannonballs, so that's probably not it. But we'll see. Need to survive it first, of course. Whoop, let's not run off the edge. Then let's go over. And I'm trying to get around that and just get caught in that corner every time. Hang on. This is probably not even something worth trying in the first place. But I feel like we want to check it. Yeah, because I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, there's nothing that we're going to hit that is on the mech itself. It might just be after checkpoint 1 anyway, but we just don't know enough to say at the moment. And of course, if it is a key door, just given the way that zones have to load in this level, I wonder... no, trying to get around that time, and that was not right either. We'll see. If I'm really curious about it, this could be something we check in the editor, but you know, we'll take our time with it. We're nearly through it, Kiavik's whole set anyway. And inquiring minds do want to know. So let's go back. Yeah, again, it's probably not this, but we'll just try not to grab the other coin. Yeah, it's unlikely to be anything like that. I'm just thinking, you know, if it's something like standing on top of that block, and maybe you would have to jump on top of an additional cannon from that vantage after the P-switch expires. And then obviously you do need to clear the coins over the pipe before the P-switch expires in order to do anything there, but amazing how much we're tripping up just trying to mess around with this very minute adjustment. But we'll see. The key door is just such a massive tease where it's placed. And it seems like the kind of thing where perhaps being at checkpoints would invalidate it. Nope. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe we should just check the second segment. I find that maybe the first one is just too unlikely. It's got to be something to do with the destruction sequence, but we'll check, because, you know, it's such an obvious spot to at least try to clear up here. Mostly because of the way the Maker 1 camera works, and isn't going to give me any other visual clues otherwise. But yeah, I feel like if I had found a key before, I would at least vaguely remember it, even from a couple years ago. But oh, too close. Yeah, let's try to get the P-switch expiry as soon as we can, just so we get punched in the face once more. We should just jump straight over, just to get on the right side and get a little more distance from the projectiles. Anyway, let's try it again. But yeah, if we're going to see it, let's try to see it completely. And just try to discover any secrets organically instead of cheating our way through or anything, so... Okay, that works a little better, perhaps. No, it doesn't. We'll just get shot in the face anyway. You'd think that 10 seconds of survival during the P-switch activation wouldn't be too big of a deal, but when you're trying to mess around and set up something specific, it is a bit of a hindrance. I doubt it's going to be this anyway, like I said, but we just want to be diligent about checking all possibilities, since currently in the second segment I can't quite see what to check either that might have potential. Other than perhaps going down below decks after the P-switch activation. And we saw earlier that that was definitely going to be death. Kind of develop a feel for Maker's attitude towards secret placement after enough experience. Okay, so let's say we're here. Are there any projectiles to jump on? Not really. I think we should just go. Yeah, let's just go. So that was a lot of work for no real benefit, but... Now, had we actually kept the mushroom successfully out of this previously? Notice the bottom left here as well, the spinies. Because the spinies drop on top of each other, I wonder if there's something like a key activation if you just go down into that corner. Like, yeah, this is what I think it is. See that note block over there? Let's say you activate a P-switch. If you get here quickly enough once you exit a key door, you can ride the blasters down. If you ride the blasters down all the way such that you're close to the spiny, the top spiny is going to drop on top of the note block and possibly give you a key. It might even pop the bottom spiny down to the even lower note block and give you a key. Unless that's just there for musical reasons. But yeah, it's very clearly visible. It's right before the key door. We know from previous experience that when you come down here quickly, you can sync with the blasters. And there's just a little bit of added risk and a little bit of added observation to riding them down on the left side. I think that's the likeliest candidate by a very long shot, so we'll try to do that. Oh, and yeah. Yeah, the thing is we need to slip out of these donut blocks as they go down. Oh, you see? Yeah. Otherwise you're too slow. Like, you can't get trapped on top of the donut blocks. You have to go down quickly. And so I think that's very, very likely to be the key. It's the most promising location to check. And there is clearly a little bit of an execution challenge to get in there and out of there safely, as well a bit of observation that is still completely fairly within the view of the player, and so it just completely feels like it's going to be the secret placement. And again, you know, having the secret place before checkpoint and before the key door to encourage you to restart is congruent with some of the secret placements that we've seen from Kiavik levels in the past, I'm pretty sure, so. I can't think of a specific example, but it feels right, basically. Which means we shouldn't mess around with this for too long over here. Let's just clear out what space we can and just try to dodge that point. And yeah, if it seems like we are being outpaced by the blaster sinking, that is okay, because we wait for the P-switch to expire by standing here out of view of the blasters, then we reset the room. So our contingency, if it looks like we're taking too long to get down there, is to reset the room. Because if you're just high enough on the camera, you can disable the P-switch reset. So let's go down. Is that a key? That's not a key. That's not a key. It completely felt like the key. I think that's just the music then. It's just music chiming back and forth. Yeah, no, I guess because when you hit the P-switch, the spiny automatically drops. You don't, and it automatically lowers the bottom spiny. You don't actually need to get within range to do anything with that. So that's purely the chime that sets off the alarm. Okay, so that's not the key. In that case, I'm pretty sure the key is something that we need to check for after checkpoint 1. Yeah, no, I didn't think that through. I didn't think through the fact that activating the P-switch already activates the note blocks. That's what happens when you're, you know, desperately looking for some kind of solution. You start forgetting basic things when trying to justify the thing you're checking. Okay, so we'll check past checkpoint 1, which then allows me to at least reload from checkpoint 1. And it might, again, also be a clue as to somewhere that we want to scroll towards and check once we're in the flight sequence. So let me try to demonstrate this. Yeah, I think the key door is actually a clue as to where to go when you come out later, perhaps. Let's check this properly. Yeah, that's just the alarm. So if that's just the alarm, then let's hit checkpoint 1. If we hit checkpoint 1, then let's look around for what kind of key location it could be. Let's say you have the mushroom. What could the mushroom get you that you can't already have? Let's think about this wrong. We don't want to get ahead. We saw the problem with doing that earlier. Maybe there was something up above. Yeah, I mean, this is an auto-scroll segment, so we won't really have a chance to roll something up there. Let's check this thoroughly. Maybe you do need to get on top of the cannons and hit something immediately. We'll check. Or maybe there's some incentive to get hit on the P-switch. Yeah, so there's something up there. Doesn't look reachable right now. But this looks like it's something that you need to reach with the key door. So what can we actually hit and kill? Get the key, or what block can we activate to get the key? So he's going to stand down here. When the P-switch expires, that gets taken out. But then the scroll catches you if you don't get out here quickly enough, so... wonder. And of course, actually, wait, let's take a death quickly. So you jump out of the cannons on the first shot here. Let's try it again. Just to get the top wooden camera view, just to see what's going on. Yeah, you can't actually go through. What do we rush to P-switch? Or perhaps there's a way to basically flip Junior over to P-switch, like if you... Then you can't get back to the key door. This just looks so suspicious. I think I can't really back out of the later segment. Yeah, we might have to come back for this, but we'll see. It would be such a huge omission to not get it, though, whatever it is. It seemed like we had checked most locations pretty diligently up to this point. I'm just thinking about whether there's a way, like if for example you have the mushroom here and you're able to take a damage boost, so if you could just get on top and kind of attack Junior directly and we'll see, because that just looks so incredibly suspicious. Because I was thinking originally that's a visual clue for a key door that you need to look out for later in the level, but it's not. It occurs to me we've never actually checked this properly. Oops. Maybe you scroll past it though. Let's think about it. Again, I'm thinking back at the first segment and wondering if there's something we missed very early on that you need to survive with, which really seemed like it might be the case, but if you are perhaps jumping on top of the cannonballs later on here, I mean, you can kind of see nothing accessible up there, but no, it's got to be something. Yeah, and of course the scroll's going to get you if you don't choose to kill him. There's a note block that's in the bottom right corner in this segment, but I think it's relevant to matching something when you come out. Let's just try to do this again. Because, yeah, I don't remember. And we're going to get trapped at this point, so... And we find it. Is there a secret? I'm sure there is. Is there something that we can punch? Yeah, maybe we need to check the early segment again for a key, but I definitely didn't see what the possibilities could be. Let's proceed then, and let's see. I think we must have missed it at this point. Because here's checkpoint 2, so, you know, at that point, you're not really going to see anything. And yeah, the thwomp on the right is just part of the sound effect setup. For the alarm, same kind of spiny setup for the alarm as before. Eliminates everything, and then, whoops. Yeah, no, we knew that was going to happen. But again, it seems like we must have missed something in the first segment then. Because at what point would you be able to scroll? Oh, you know what? This matches the first area as the initial entry point. But then that stops scrolling in the first segment when you get up here. Like long before you get up here, it only takes you as far as the pipe. I wonder what that's telling me. Yeah, I prefer not to have to spoil this with looking in the editor, but you know, maybe it is nothing for all I know. It's just a bit of an aesthetic touch, but I doubt it. It's still prominent in, you know, these levels. Despite the complexity of the setup, that kind of limits the locations that you can spawn from. Oops. Something that would be worth a look for sure. Let's try to at least look past checkpoint 2 to see if maybe there's some kind of possibility here for leaving back. Because this is too interesting. Maybe it's one of those where if you're surviving here after having cleared the first segments, then something that detects that you've cleared the first segment would maybe just spawn you a key if you get this far. I wonder if that was the case. No, I don't think so. We would have definitely seen it if so. Yeah. I really love the way that's done with the burners that are supporting the rest of the structure just dropping off. I don't actually know what this is about here on the right side. That spring there, that is right by the note block. Maybe if you get to that point with no deactivation yet. It doesn't seem to make sense though. Anyway, doesn't follow you in. We'll check the other segment, but I might have to restart it if we... Yeah, I mean, there's no possibility of going back at this point, so it's not going to be anything like that, but... I wonder. Because, of course, like at this point, we're just way past the keylord being relevant, so it's got to be in the first segment. It's got to be in the first segment. Yeah, maybe it's something that's sensitive to the P-switch timing, but I just don't know. I'll probably just check it one more time, and then we'll maybe proceed from there. Since we've been taking much too long with it. No possibility of jumping on the cannonballs yet here, but I wonder if there will be later. Yeah, the key door is just much too tantalizing to be nothing. But the note block that's to the right in the next segment as you pass the key door, that looks like it might be something as well, but then you would need to figure out how to proceed from there with all the saws on the right side that are mostly just kind of a spacing tool, I think, to prevent player from going any further. If you do have a mushroom out to that point, though, I wonder if that would be relevant. Yeah, because, you know, with Maker 1 not having scroll stop, obviously there are always going to be a couple of illusions here too. Try to make you feel like you can't go any further, and then you would die to the auto scroll if you stall for too long. I mean, all of this is auto scroll, not much flexibility here. Yeah, not really going to do anything over here. Maybe keeping the mushroom is relevant. We just haven't really done it, right? So. Looking at this carefully to see what it could be. Just check the top. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty clearly telling you that you can't come down here. We had checked it previously, and so I don't think there's going to be anything of the sort. Kind of doubt it's going to be outranging the P-switches either at this point. I wonder if there's something that we can check up here. Let's try to make sure... Whoops! No, I was trying to make sure the P-switch remained in place so we could kind of loop around up top. In case there was something that would be a reason for, you know, taking the upper right loop with the P-switch active. I don't see that it could be, though. Yeah, it's got to be some kind of secret we're not seeing, but we'll take a proper look at it without spoiling ourselves. And if we need to save it for some other point, that's fine too. Oh, let's not do that. Nope. I knew that was going to be a bit of a trap. I'm just thinking about what locations we could potentially damage boost into if we did have the mushroom and manage to keep it coming out of the first segment. Because that's one thing that we haven't considered is, you know, does keeping the mushroom all the way get you anything? Like perhaps a progressive power-up at... no. Just thinking about how things will work at a checkpoint as well. But we'll try to be thorough about it. We'll check. Oh, whoops, I was trying to just jump over that. Yeah, just losing the simple things here as we mess around for too long. We finished this level so long ago, it's just that we still have this key door staring us in the face. I mean, maybe it involves stomping Junior somehow. Like if you have the ability to take a damage boost. But of course he would need 3 hits, so... Like if you keep a mushroom going into the second segment, and then you jump on top of a cannon, and then you try to jump towards Junior, and then take a hit from the spike top, and then... maybe try to proceed from there. Oh, oh! I was just about to go down through the pipe, and then... hang on. Yeah, I mean, the way that loading into successive rooms would work, I kind of wonder what the potential bonus segment will look like anyway. I mean, it looks like it's the part of the layout that's up top. The middle of the room where you see checkpoint 1. That would be a natural place to take the player if you're in the subworld and you're going through the door. You would have to check. It's just that we have no idea where the key placement could be right now. I suspect it's some kind of mushroom check, you know, where you do need to keep the mushroom coming out of the interior. I don't know that we had done that successfully and kept it for long enough for it to make an impact. But perhaps that's the likeliest thing, is just figuring out what to do with the mushroom if you do get out of the first segment alive. Because perhaps if you unstack Junior, and then you can fight him in a pit or something. I mean, if you hit checkpoint 1, you get the mushroom anyway, right? There's no mushroom check there. And the pit is just low enough that potentially, you know, you could just fight Junior in that location if you beat him quickly, and then with 2 additional hits on top of the first one, you have dismounting him, then that might have some potential. So yeah, let's just try to play this bit cleanly and try to keep the mushroom, and then we'll just attack Junior directly in the second segment. And that feels like it's intuitive, if you can do it. So yeah, we're going to get through checkpoint to this point, and then... Interestingly enough, you could also go here. And nothing happens, okay. That's fine. Interestingly enough, if you had something like a leaf here, which I don't think we'll get, you know, fly up and do something, but something tells me that's not what's going on. Okay. Nope. I think our opportunity is gone. Oh. What is it then? Because I was thinking, you know, you just take damage and then you can actually get on top of Junior if you still have the mushroom, but at this point, because we're past checkpoint, we don't get a chance to do that. Now, we haven't been able to check that successfully yet, and we would need to start over from scratch to check it properly, because there's no second attempt at the mushroom. I do wonder. Yeah, I think you do have to... I mean, given that you are given a mushroom in the interior segment, your only opportunity to ever jump towards Junior and try to bop him directly is in the second segment if you get up on top of the cannons and use your damage frames to go after him. It's the only opportunity you get, and of course that's at the first checkpoint flight, which gives you a mushroom as well. And it's not the case with checkpoint 2, which does have a mushroom check, and so there's some advantage perhaps to having a mushroom at that point, which you can only do if you have cleared from the beginning of the level. And the only advantage I can think of is the ability to hit a Junior. Yeah, looking at the right of this blaster here, not going to give you anything. Yeah, I think we should definitely go for Junior. But it means that you have to do it while you're still on these steps over here. No, really do need to go for him right away. Wow, there's no chance to do that though. Because the cannonballs, unless you kind of go on a straight diagonal off the first bounce, like, you basically have to cut through and take damage on the first cannonball. Otherwise the ceiling just gets you, right? Like, you have to cut through using the first cannonball. We'll check it. I've been messing around with this for too long, but that's okay. We'll give it as proper a showcase as we can. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm pretty sure I've never actually gotten the E before, so this is an aspect of the level we don't know about. And we thought we knew this one so well. But of course you do need to survive the first segment before you get a chance to try this. No. It requires us to watch everything a little bit more carefully. Okay, let's do it again. And we'll just try it until something looks promising. I still think the most promising thing now is taking advantage of damage somehow to attack Junior directly. That's the one thing that we haven't tried successfully at any point, which seems intuitively like it would hold the key. Yeah, because I see nothing else that could be it between the start of the level and the key door. Anyway. So yeah, the blasters go down, but we might as well try to ride this platform around one cycle, because we... Yeah, there's nothing here. Then we jump over, and then... And let's just check this carefully. Yeah, nothing in a note box. Let's try to get on the first cannonball right away. Okay, there we go. This has got to be it. This has got to be it. The spacing works out just right for this to be possible. Except, of course, we're going to have issues now because we didn't manage to get the second hit. It's got to be. Let's kill Junior anyway, just to see if he holds the key. Because if he doesn't hold the key, then he totally holds the key. He totally holds the key. That's the method. We found it. We found it. He totally holds the key, but the thing is, we need to fight him in such a fashion that we take him out immediately. Okay, now we've got something to work on. Now we've got something to work on, but we have to start over every time because there's no way we'll get up to Junior otherwise. I've definitely never seen this road, so we are doing it. Yeah, I guess it was the obvious thing in the first place, it's just that we're checking everything very thoroughly up to that point. And yeah, because the mushroom placement, now that I think about it, is actually a very, very good clue. Although the thing about Maker 1 is because, you know, every time you get the checkpoint, you do get given the mushroom. I suppose it's difficult to say sometimes if that's something that the level is going to be intentionally designed around, or if it's just going to let you have the mushroom and not damage check you as a convenience to get the level to behave a little more gently. But now we have a very specific secret path I want to try, and so we know the key is there, but the thing is we have to kill Junior perfectly and hit him every possible cycle. After checkpoint 1. Yeah, we have to get up to him immediately, unstack him, and then hit him before we scroll past the key door. So we are under time pressure to do it, while being under pressure from the burners as well. And so this might take a little while to sort out, but we're going to do it. I've seen this level so many times, and for whatever reason, despite my tendency to check for secrets, we never explored this. Nope, and we missed. So, if you miss, have to start over. Honestly, just dodging the first segment is probably the trickiest thing about trying to do this road. But the fact that we have to get in position to get the second hit on Junior is something that we need to predict when it comes to sneaking under the burner position in the second room. Because we need to give ourselves enough space to beat Junior into pit. And at that point, you know, we should have some space away from the mecha because it'll bypass us, but okay, let's do it. Yeah, once we get out of dodging the end of the first sequence, which has been kind of surprisingly sloppy on my part, and we get to cannon bounce, we kind of have to do the first cannon bounce perfectly. We drop Junior, and then we'll have to see how cooperative his pattern is from there. But we have confirmed 100% he holds the key in part 2, so I wonder why I had never checked that before, because it's exactly the kind of thing I would mess around with. But on the other hand, you know, I haven't played this since before Maker 2 came out, I think. So back then maybe I wasn't quite as thorough, or maybe didn't quite have as much of a sense for secret hunting. I am actually so pleased that, you know, we came into this really excited to play this today, and I learned something new about the Mecha Bowzilla level today. It's funny because I'm pretty sure back in the day I definitely looked at this level in the editor to see how it was made and how it was put together, and for some reason we just never noticed this either, that Junior had the key attached to him. Anyway, let's get out of here and then... yeah. Get in the first possible cannon. Let's lead the chomps down if we can. Drop him. And we need to get to the... wow. I didn't even see him coming down towards me in that direction. I thought he was going left. And yeah, given the time and the space constraints, it's actually a very tense junior fight that's coming up. Very high risk in that you do need to clear from the start to see it. And the thing is, despite how huge this level is, I've never seen anybody else do this either. But then... I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, maybe... You know, this was widely played enough, the key door is obvious enough that I'm sure a lot of people have done the secret before, but... The fact that I didn't know about it after all this time is actually pretty astonishing to me. But of course I'm coming into this now having played and playtested far more of Kiavik's levels than I had before, so... I'm just getting a feel for how he thinks about secrets. But it's one of those where, you know, the level is so busy and so absolutely packed that you kind of wonder if there is room for any optional room like that. But, you know, the fact that the key door is just dangling in front of us the whole time really says something. But I'm guessing that probably the reason I missed it historically is that I probably applied the same kind of thinking I did when I played this level. Oh, I missed it. Wasn't paying attention. And now we won't have enough time to do it, I think. Unless we... Yeah, no, we won't. Okay, so I distracted myself there. But the thing I was trying to say is that probably the reason I had never checked the key door before was because I was thinking about it the same way I thought about it while I cleared this the first time today. Which is that because of the aesthetic continuity between different zones, I thought maybe the key door is a clue to a location that we'll check later, but then every time I played this, I would forget about the key door by the time we were at the end of the level, and then I would just never check it. And for some reason, I never noticed it in the Maker mode either. So, you know, I would see it the first time, but I would think, okay, that's a clue for later, just like the pipes match up. And didn't even think that, you know, that pit was actually kind of perfectly set up to be a rather tense junior fight. In fact, a great location for a junior fight. Alright, we're doing it. Let's not forget this time, as we come out of the second room, because, you know, there's a very tight opportunity to really get this done. Yeah, I can't believe I thought the Spiny was the solution earlier. I just wasn't even thinking about the alarm setup and what would happen with that. Okay, we need to get the first cannon. Take damage, unstack. He's going to come down towards me this way, and we try to get the first possible hit. That's a really bad location, but that's okay. We'll keep him here. And we'll be out of range of Bowzilla. We need a hit right now. Too late. We needed to hit him right there and get to the door, and we were late by about 2 tiles. Yeah, you need to be quick, basically, because if you don't hit him as soon as he spawns every time, you missed a key door, so... This will take a little bit of work, but we will do it. We will absolutely get it done. Just need to be much better about the first segment, so we don't lose so many attempts. And yes, this is the original one, Sneaky Sea Otters, and I realized that even though I'd played the original Mecha Bowzilla many times, I'd never actually done the secret in it, because there is a key door that's very prominently placed, and for some reason we just never checked it. I know how to do it now, but I haven't been able to execute the solution yet because it is a bit tricky. But we did find what the solution to the secret is. But yeah, this is very much the original from 2016. And yeah, no, Kiavik was the one who made this, and it was the level that really kind of made him famous. He had a lot of very popular levels prior to this, but this one was on a whole other level of achievement. I mean, it is, I think, one of the most famous levels in all of Maker 1. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Okay. It's got something like 300,000 plays on it or something. I missed... Okay, hang on. Okay, so, yeah, basically, as soon as you come out of the pipe, you have to go straight for Junior and try to damage boost into him. I completely had a bit of a mental lapse there again as I was talking. This happened more than once. Yeah, there's a very, very narrow window of opportunity to go for the key. And... It's very fair, and I think it is going to feel reliable once I do it, but the timing is strict. You don't have room to wander around. But hopefully it's not too sensitive to RNG. I'm thinking about Junior's movement in this game, and whether we can get him in a very predictable position without running into issues with the burner timing later. I mean, we were basically off by maybe about a second or two on the best attempt we've had at the secret so far. So yeah, you basically need a damage boost into him and then fight him under the mech. And it looks so cool, but it is pretty tricky, so... Yeah, no, the first section is very, very heavily plagiarized. I mean, I remember someone not only copied it once, but sent it to Kiavik on a viewer level stream. Back when he was streaming a little bit at the end of Maker 1 and beginning of Maker 2, and he was not happy about that, because he did not really take it as flattering. Yeah, because as far as I remember, you know, this level took months to put together. But yeah, I knew he made this level before I knew he was involved with the Years of Mario Maker as the person who kind of led and curated that project. Because basically when I, you know, started actually getting in touch with the YMM crew as a community. I mean, I'd heard of Years of Mario Maker prior to that, and of course I'd played Mecha Bowzilla prior to that, but I didn't really make the connection that Kiavik was in charge of both until I started talking to the people involved. But I mean, I was never really in communication with a lot of the core Maker 1 community until near the end of that game. Because, like many people, I sort of lapsed from Maker 1 for a couple of years. Especially as the Switch came out and distracted everybody from the Wii U. But yeah, the fact that this was like a year 1 level inside Maker 1 is really a testament to how vibrant that scene was. But you know, the impressive thing about Mecha Bowzilla isn't just the initial mech. I mean, that's very impressive, but it's the fact that this is actually a very, very complete story level. With an Act 1, 2, and 3 that aesthetically flow into each other. really the thing that elevates it from being just a tech demo of the mech, you know? Okay, so we need to hit Junior immediately when he comes out. That little back hop there. What a fake out. What a fake out. But yeah, there's no time to waste in that segment. You have to kill him as soon as he comes out of the shell to get hits 2 and 3, because the key door is not going to be flexible. But it does feel very reliably timed for that to work that way. Very rigorously tested for that. And it's a genuinely interesting hard mode. I've done so many secret paths in Kiavik levels before in both 1 and 2, including a couple of secrets earlier today, and like, this is a legitimately great secret path. But you know, everything about this level just screams love and care. And whoops, hang on. I was trying to slip off the bricks there and I just didn't go far enough. And yeah, you're saying it does seem weird you're forced to damage boost to get a secret. Yeah, but it's one of those things where, you know, you realize, okay, that actually does feel like the most intuitive option, because it's the only point in the level, really, where you get the mushroom and can keep it. Because later on you do hit a mushroom check with checkpoint 2. So the fact that, you know, you're given a mushroom before checkpoint 1, and checkpoint 1 you can freely take the mushroom on the flag, kind of makes you wonder what to check over there. So, you're kind of right that it is something that would make you hesitate before checking it as a secret, where you wonder, okay, am I really supposed to damage boost through this? But, which is why I took a long time to find it. Like, it was something I took way too long on today. Because I was combing through everything between the beginning and checkpoint 1 and trying some really obscure stuff. And then, you know, once I sort of thought about attacking Bowser, and we did confirm that he holds the key. We have killed him previously, we just killed him too late to get to the key door. It felt like, okay, this was the intuitive thing all along, so... But timing-wise, I think it's not actually that sensitive to RNG. Like, I know that, you know, whoops, Junior will have a bit of RNG to him, but timing-wise, as long as you hit him right on the dot when he appears and gets out of his shell form, I think it should be consistently doable. On my best attempt, I was just slightly late on hitting him to get the door in time before we scrolled past it. And yeah, I mean, it is very much a Year 1 level, and we've seen tremendous development in Maker 1 techniques sort of within the first year as we've gone over people's profiles. So over the last few weeks, I have been going through Maker 1 profiles kind of top to bottom. We've done so with Kiavik, and this is actually, apart from the YMM levels, one of the last ones that he built, because I think after that point, of course, he was very busy with just running YMM, which is a huge, huge playtesting job on his part. And yeah, let's go down. There we go. So he only has a handful of completed levels after this one, but this one, you know, I think took several months out of his life or something. You can kind of tell, like, it's very, very rigorously tested. But anyway, my point is, I'm pretty sure, having looked at the Junior fight and gotten pretty close a few times, that it is reliably doable. But you kind of have to see it coming. Like, you can't go blindly into that secret, you kind of have to know exactly what to go for. And you have to restart the level until you know how to do it. So, not something that would seem fair if it were a required task, but Yeah, the chomp RNG worries me more than the junior RNG. The chomps are actually a much, much bigger problem in terms of constraining my positioning. I think when I spawn out of the pipe, I do have to go left to move to chomp's left. That should be the way to do it. And yeah, it is a damage boost that you kind of have to get at the first available opportunity, and if the chomps sort of stand in your way, that's a big problem. And yeah, Sneaky Sea Otters, thanks for dropping by and saying hello. And have a good bedtime, and I hope the games have been treating you well. Anyway, let's drop this. Oops. Anyway, we've been reasonably close. We just need to redo this until we get it. But yeah, this is definitely much more than I expected to get out of streaming this level today. I thought, okay, I've seen it so many times, we just need to talk about it as we go and dodge bullets and beat it. That'll be a highlight du jour, but then deciding to push the secret here actually totally reinvigorated this experience. And yeah, really respect the care that went into the secret placement here, even if we haven't executed it yet, and even if it looks like it's definitely going to be very strict about the timing margin. But yeah, we're going to map it out properly and do it for real. Anyway, let's push on. Okay. Now, as long as we're careful here with the drop, this section is pretty much a gimme, so we just need to be attentive to what we're doing on our way out of it. I have died a little bit to this section, of course, but that is something we'll deal with. And we'll just wait for this to drop. Okay, now let's go straight for cannon. Chomps down first. Hands down. Okay, now Junior should end up pretty much under the burner here. A little bit delayed on that hit, so we need to be careful here and just stay nice and low. Oh, come on. No. That felt like a bit of an RNG screw, but... I mean, we were a little late in the first hit to begin with, but that's pretty much placed him off screen at the time that we needed him alive. So maybe we should make sure we don't roll him off screen like that. We need to kind of center him a little bit more so we can get him up and running. Because of course, like, we don't want a situation where his wake-up timing is in the off-screen position. I was mostly playing that far left because I wanted to get lots of distance away from the mecha, but we actually can't have Junior spending that much time off screen because I think it does affect how accessible the moment of vulnerability is going to be. So, and again, we were late on the first hit. It's very difficult to see in some ways, but we're going to get it. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, so it is a bit tight, I think, in terms of timing. And perhaps that doesn't feel completely in our control, but, you know. It's something that I think slightly better play and positioning can strategize against. Anyway, let's drop in and do it. I'm seeing a lot of Mecha Bowzilla today. I guess even after we do the secret path, we should actually clear the level again as well, just to, you know, lay it to rest properly. But we'll think about that when we actually get to the door. Because, yeah, right now we're definitely a little ways off being able to do it. So, drop them into this location. Whoops. Didn't expect to be spending nearly this long with it today, but we're doing something that takes work, so that will just come with the territory. Anyway, let's just keep going. And yeah, I mean, if we were consistently cleaner about the first segment here and dodging at the very end, of course, that would be one less problem to worry about. I think we can just sort of be a bit greedy about activating the P-switch as soon as possible to basically make the survival segments nice and quick. And that should be what we should have been doing all along anyway. Because there's no disadvantage to doing so. The P-switch is timed in such a way that you can just go for it as soon as possible and still have the mecha just sort of slot in there perfectly, so... Okay, let's not flub this jump here. And let's, as before, position the chomps to the left is actually a little critical piece over here. Okay, chomps to the left, so we can just get him to head down. Missed. And B-Minutes, you were playing Scrabble recently and almost got to play the word Quixotic, but didn't actually happen. Yeah, I've never managed to get it. Also, the word Quixotry, or Quixotry, as you will, Q-U-I-X-O-T-R-Y, scores even better. If you ever have an opportunity to go for that. This is not Mission Impossible. This is Super Mario vs. Mecha Bowzilla. We beat it a while ago. I'm going for the secret path. For the key door that has a secret behind it anyway, which, despite having played this level in the past, I have not done the secret before, and I don't think I even realized it was there. But we know how to do it, it's just that it's actually quite difficult to execute cleanly, so. But yeah, I know exactly which Mission Impossible level you're talking about, obviously. With the Triforce Heroes amiibo, if I recall. Or, not amiibo, but the costume. Mystery Mushroom. And the music track and everything. I think it's definitely... Like, the Mission Impossible level is very, very high on the all-time charts. This one is too. This one has, what, like 359,000 footprints on it. But yeah, we've been running every level by Kiavik. This is by far his most famous. And we've been doing secret routes whenever we can see them. And trying to be as completionist as possible about the experience. And yeah, you know, sometimes you see mega popular levels where you just wonder what's the big deal, and then sometimes you see ones that are, whoops, I thought I was getting the jump there, where you just completely understand why everybody knows them. Seems to be the case with Maker 1, where, you know, either things were legitimately good, or they were bad levels that were made by popular YouTubers. I feel like that was actually much more of an effect in Maker 1 and 2 in some respects, where you occasionally see an extremely popular bad level, and it's almost certainly just like a YouTube micro-celebrity. That's, maybe much less the case in Maker 2, simply because the composition of the community is actually quite different. And the media environment has just changed completely. I mean, you know, obviously some people who are mainly YouTubers are still a thing, but I think it's not the same kind of scene as it was before. For better and for worse. Yeah, B-Minutes, I really should get back to streaming Scrabble again, as people from the Scrabble community keep reminding me to do. Maybe once some of our Maker 1 duties have cleared up a bit. Okay, okay, we got up here. Nope. Just a tiny bit too late. Tiny bit too late. Yeah, no, I knew my positioning was a bit off that time on the cannonball. It wasn't quite getting me to the location I wanted. But I think that is the earliest opportunity we have to dismount Bowser from the mech, so... And it's the only time in a level 1 you're allowed to do it, because there is a mushroom check at the second checkpoint. It's the one part of the level where you can just fight Bowser head-on. Fight Junior, rather. Anyway. Let's take this. Nope. Shot in the face repeatedly. Yeah, I mean, obviously the priority is Maker 1 while it's still up, but that means that I have a growing backlog of things that will need to be dealt with once this is over and handled. I mean, I already had a tremendous backlog to begin with. Really have to decide which things I'll just have to be content with not streaming at least, so I can at least play them some other time. But there were a couple of new releases this season that normally would be pretty high priorities to get to, so. But Mako 1 is only going to be around for so long, and I've been having a wonderful time with it. Because there are so many things about Maker 1 that feel very fresh after having been on Maker 2 for a while. Many things I don't necessarily expect too often. You know, surprising interactions, forms of creativity that people aren't necessarily taking as many risks with anymore. A lot of rough patches as well, but usually in a way that still reveals quite a lot about the early development of the game and the learning process that people went through as they started building levels in their own right. But yeah, the fact that, you know, stuff was being made at this level of complexity within year one of the game was really kind of astonishing, and this is not the only example. Because we've been keeping an eye on some of these upload dates and what they reveal about the vibrancy of the early scene. It's very, very striking. Okay, position the chomps to the left and we need to get the first cannonball. First stomp over here, get off, get down. We must get the first hit. Okay, this is a, oh yeah, that's a bad position. Yeah, because I wanted to get to the left of the burner after the first hit, and if we don't get to the left of the burner, then we get into some real claustrophobia as we try to get hit number 3 on Junior. On the other hand, he might more successfully stay on the screen, which might have fewer timing issues. But yeah, we've been on this secret hunt for so long. I cleared this level quite some time ago, but it took a while just to figure out what to do, and now we've figured out what to do. It's quite challenging to do it, so... really have to fight against the screen boundary, a little bit of RNG to the Bowser movement, the Junior movement rather. And of course, just getting out of this first segment alive is not something I've done very consistently either, so... But yeah, hugging the P-switch immediately seems to help in terms of positioning, because you kind of save yourself one volley from the bottom cannon. Then proceed this way. Anyway. No. I don't know why I did that. That was very silly. All the work to get here, too, and we died in a totally trivial segment. But yeah, I'm very curious how the secret path will go, and where it will get us if we get the early kill. The crazy thing is that this level is even better than I remembered, and that there's a lot of nuance to it that we haven't picked up before in past playthroughs. Okay, let's get over here. Okay, so in retrospect, obvious mushroom is obvious. Then let's not just slip off the donut blocks in a location that we've known about for quite a while ago. Quite a while now. And let's get out safely. Okay, chomps to the left. Okay. Let's stay low and give ourselves a little bit of space for the first hit. Oh, come on. No. My sense of timing, though, was kind of entirely dependent on hitting him cleanly, but the back hop, that's faked us out multiple times at this point. Not easy. But we chose to take this path, and so we shall. Alright, let's go for it. Then, yeah, I think we have one more level to play after this one as well. Because we had previously recorded the 1, 2, and 3 YMM levels, but there's one more other than that that we will be taking a look at, so. And that one, I think, is one of the ones with lower clear rates as well, so we'll have a bit of work ahead of us today, but we expected as much. Okay, let's not die to the easy stuff, and then let's go for the junior fight once more. It's pretty close to the start, at least. It's just that we need to not wipe out at the very beginning. Okay, again, chomps to the left. Very important step. Chomps to the left, get him to face down. We're a little late on that bounce on junior up top. Get the back hop. Okay, no, too late. Yeah, we really do need to watch the burner timing. If we're going to be that far off the burner on the right side, then we do have to stay on the right, which until we have an opportunity to go left. We do want to get to the left of the burner at that point pretty much as soon as we can, because otherwise we will get squeezed out of there. So, but we shouldn't be too impulsive about it. The important thing is keeping Junior on the screen, and of course staying out of the way of the chomps, which we do have ample room to do momentarily. But we'll go back and try it again. Anyway, we know how this segment goes by now. Again, let's hug the right side of the screen, try to be a little greedy about the P-switch and just get out of here as soon as we can. It seems to be the best move when it comes to the initial positioning, because then we don't need to worry too much about being shot. Or at least we'll be shot a little less than usual. Yeah, you see, if you do it well, you can get out before the last big cannonball that's at ground level. Then we proceed this way. Let's get out. And once again, let's just focus on what we need to do. Chomps to the left and then up to Cannonball. Try to get a nice clean hit. Oh, that's not a clean hit. I missed. I was off center. Came in a little low on the bounce off of the Cannonball. I was trying to bounce lower on the Cannonball to save time and hit Junior as soon as possible because time is of the essence, but we just wound up falling short and I couldn't quite see where I was because we were taking our invincibility frames and overlapping with everything else, so we'll just have to do this a little more cleanly. Anyway, let's keep going. Okay. That was not the way to die. Timer on this is 350. That seems specific. I wonder if you're playing this through with no checkpoint when the sub 100 music kicks in the level. I mean, you know, obviously there's going to be a bit of flexibility in pacing, particularly in the interior segments where you aren't at the mercy of the auto scroll, but I do kind of wonder about that because, you know, 350 seems to be a very deliberate timestamp on this. Okay, cleaner than usual. In we go. I guess you could potentially kind of shortcut through the one-way panels as well if you're very precise, which we're not. Particularly if you're willing to just take damage with a mushroom, you just jump through. Maybe. Actually, no, I didn't really calculate a height on that. Maybe not. But we'll see. Okay, jumps to the left, punch down. Oh, that's bad. No, no. I was thinking I might still be able to salvage that with the remaining frames, but we just got punched. I kind of wonder with the Magic Koopa level that we saw earlier today if I would have found the secret there if we hadn't just lucked into the correct spot to drop into. But other than that, I think we've been pretty diligent about the optional content. But yeah, what a set though. You can really see so much of the level design philosophy come together with just concepts that are completely different from each other. Anyway, let's drop in, and once again, let's go for it. Yeah, it's just gonna take some work, but we'll get it done. I think it's a very appropriate level of challenge for optional content, but we say that now, and then we'll see how many deaths we take to Junior that feel like RNG deaths. Okay, chomps down. No, too close. Standing too close. I was trying to just get the chomps to punch left, and we stood there a little too long. I mean, not punch all the way left because you can't do that, but you know, just a little further down so we can have that downward angle give me enough room to comfortably jump on top of the first cannon shot. I think even if we do get hit by the chomps, we have enough time on invincibility frames to get on the first cannon shot, but the problem with that, of course, is that it's a much tighter margin to get out of the cockpit once you've bopped Junior on the head. So, we do need to adjust accordingly. Anyway, let's push this. And yeah, much more comfortable timing if you just hug the P-switch. Much more comfortable. Still need to be careful, but it does alleviate some issues. Okay, we're going to get out, and then we'll drop on a further donut block just to keep things safe, and then, once again, let's try to get a chomps to the left, and then let's try to get on the first cannon without taking damage until the jump. Chomps down, please? Yeah. No. 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 Awful. Yeah, because otherwise the chomps just completely obstruct us. And maybe I should just jump through them anyway, but and just ignore them. But we had that cleanly earlier, and now it's become a huge problem. We'll get it. It'll just take some work. And we'll make the whole level look much harder than it actually is in the process. Okay, let's get over here. And ooh, that was a tight margin, as was that. Well, sometimes when rough spots go well, I kind of get a little bit optimistic about how the run will continue from there, but we're going to see. I mean, the checkpoint 1 entrance is kind of a big problem sometimes. Yeah, we face the chomps down and we just try to jump away from them, I think. We need to kind of get that initial angle set up. Chomps down and jump away. Good. No. Oh, way off that time. Except... okay, that's fine. That's fine. A little far off screen in some ways, but we're in a good position this time. Good position. Let's not die. Missed. Missed. It was okay to get him to go left, but I think he was off screen for long enough that it might have affected the timing of that. But yeah, just a slightly bit off. It seemed like we were kind of late on getting on top of the cannonball to bop him in the first place because we were a little too far to the right, but that's the best attempt we've had yet. Even though trying to go left off of the mecha seemed a bit chaotic. Because I couldn't quite see what was going on, and it seemed like we were maybe a block away from Junior landing on my head. But in terms of the fight, it felt comfortable because we didn't have to deal with the burner by going left. It's just that he was off screen for long enough that I think it did affect develops, how things would continue from there. I'm not exactly sure because I don't know much about Junior's off-screen logic and how it affects the timing, particularly in Maker 1. But obviously, if he's off-screen, we can't hit him, and so... You know, you want to minimize that possibility as much as you can. But best attempt yet, by a long, long shot. Could have mounted up on the mech sooner, by enough that it would have made a difference. But yeah, Supernova, you can totally tell. It reminds me of this level that this one kid made in Maker 2, which was like this massive dragon boss, right, where you have to like climb on the tail at the end and everything, and throw some bombs at his mouth, and, you know. Kind of like that as far as Year 1 Super Boss levels go. Totally a Timmy project. Anyway, we beat this a while ago. We're going for the secret path because remarkably I've never done the secret path and we know how to do it, but we are slightly off in the execution. As in one block off, one block too slow on the auto scroll. So if I can just improve very, very slightly, we'll have it. And of course, there is a little bit of an RNG element that makes just enough of a difference. Jumps to the left, or go to the right. Go. To the right. Okay, we're fighting him on the right side this time. The important thing is to keep him on screen and watch the burners. Wait for one pass in the burners. And one pass over here. Got him. Comfortably. Very comfortably. Oh my. Triple exclamation mark. One for each of the one-ups that we are picking up. Oh, it's a dialogue bubble. From the mecha. Not from the mecha, from the Magic Koopa. I'm totally scrambled. Why is there a thwomp? Oh, that thwomp is probably an event trigger for later on in the level. And it sends you right to the ending. Now we have to think about this key door. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. The axe is here. Why is there a second key door here? No, don't tell me there's a second exit that we need to deal with. If there is, it would have to be something that is in the main world, and if it's in the main world, that means it has to be something that's in the interior. Like if there's a later key door that we can plug this into. We have to check. We have to check. I'm just going to play the level through and we're going to inspect very carefully the later segments to see it. No, no, no. There can't be. There are only 2 interior segments. Or... No, there are 3 interior segments, 1 for each part. We never saw a key door in any of those, but we know where to get a key, right? If we missed the first key door, then is there a second key door? No. Like, you're not going to dangle that door in front of me and tell me. We have to see this again. Yeah, no, it makes sense story-wise that we get straight to the ending because we killed Junior early. But then why is there that second key door that drops you out? Is that just a backup for if you missed the first door? Supernova, since you just got here, why don't you just watch the level and then we'll find out. Because basically you disassemble the mech part by part. Oh my. But yeah, you disassemble the mech from the bottom up. And if you look at the pipe placements carefully, you'll see that, you know, it's kind of meant to create the illusion of a contiguous space where you blow it up piece by piece. Yeah, you think you've seen this level 1,000 times. I thought I had too, but then we've never seen the secrets before, and I only realized that today. But yeah, we're just gonna play it through once, and we'll see if I can see a second door that would match the one. So yeah, main world is the non-scrolling world that you experience when you're in the interior. So we know where the key comes from, but I wonder if there was kind of like a backup key door that you could take later on to do a skip, or if that key door is there just to match something else. Yeah, let's look at it carefully, because the key door that we previously took after checkpoint 1, which we're not going to do this time, is obviously entirely in the subworld, which is auto-scroll. Whoops. So let's, kind of assume that, let's say we get the key off of Junior, and then we continue in this segment. Then somewhere in the interior, there is a key that we don't know about. Or a key door that we don't know about. I don't think we saw one here, but we should, whoops, take a look carefully after we do the heartbreaking segment over here. Yeah, so we dropped the heart. Whoop. I got a little stuck on the blaster there as I was trying to jump off. Yeah. I just want to find where the door is, because, we know how to get the key off of Junior. So the question is, let's say we missed this key door, we're holding the key, then where's the second door? Yeah, perfect for being so close to Valentine's Day, anniversary of Al Capone's St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Also the reason that, whoops. The greatest Valentine's Day film of all time is certainly Some Like It Hot, because it has the romance and the massacre. Supernova, this mech looks kind of feminine here in a weird way, if you're into that kind of thing. It's sort of interesting, though, that I was talking earlier in the stream about how this actually kind of resembles the character Mechanica from the Nintendo game ARMS, which was released for the Switch about a year after this level was made. And who is not to be confused, of course, with Diva from Overwatch. Or May from Overwatch, one of the two. Diva is the one who rides in mech, but May is the one who looks more like Mechanica as a character, I think. But anyway, the point is that it does seem like the ladies do well for themselves as mech pilots. Oops. Mecha Bowzilla Rule 34. Yeah, man, like I said, if you're into that kind of thing. Something to keep in mind for 69YMM. Okay, anyway, I'm just looking for the key door here, so let's not mess around too much. We've beaten this multiple times already. We're just exploring. And of course, like I said, we have at least one more level to do after this one today, so we'll try to make time for that and not get chomped in the meantime. Supernova, you're saying GLaDOS Rule 34. That's no way to treat your cake. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Go. Okay, there's a mushroom check here anyway. Let's jump off. Love how the blaster sinking is set up in such a way that it kind of maintains the heart shape. Yeah. So the note block that we saw at the end of the previous segment was there to aesthetically just match the note block that gives you the find on your way out as you get into the flight form. We didn't see a key door in the previous segment, which tells me that if there is a key door that is like a boss skip, maybe it's in here. If we don't see it, then I guess it's just not there. Unless there was a secret pipe that takes you... Oh no, that's just a standard exit. That's just a standard exit. I forgot that it was just a standard key exit because I looked at the key door and thought, where's this coming from? It's just a standard exit. We've seen the level. We've seen the whole time. That was very silly of me. I thought, is there a second secret here? And then, okay, no, it's just a standard exit. That's okay. It's still fun to see this one more time. And yeah, so it's going to drop you through the door to the left, which I... Yes, yeah, this was why you were asking how it went. Yeah. We understand that now. Did I even check the platform to the right when we came in earlier? No, I didn't, because I was dropping it around a key door. That's okay. Let's grab the X. Anyway. I'm sort of extremely reluctant to inflate Kiavik's ego even more than I already have. And I know he's going to watch this because he actually has been going over the videos and he's almost certainly going to complain about how incredibly long I took. But like I said, I went into this remembering that this was, despite everything I've played since, probably the best Mario Maker level that was made, and it's even better than I remembered, especially after having kind of pushed through it to do the secret path that somehow I had completely missed on previous occasions many years ago. It is even better than I remembered, and so an absolute treat to take entirely too long with this. I was on this for what, 2 hours or so? Most of it doing the secret. Anyway, well worth it. I thought this would just be a breeze today because I've seen this level and, you know, just say a couple of things about it, play it through, and be impressed, but very glad that I put into work. So yeah, no, we have 2 more levels to do today, and we will sit through them. The YMM levels we have recorded previously and talked about extensively, so we will do Stumped and In the Hall of the Monty King. Thank you so much for the GGs once again. Stumped. How stumped? Let's find out. I see pink coins. I see arrows. And who knows, maybe there's a secret path. If you look at the gold card at the end, there is a pipe on top of it that tells me there's probably an alternate path here as well. Unless that's the only thing that drops you in. No, it looks like there are 2 ways to get to the goal from what we can see already. And we've seen secrets in almost every level today, so well worth checking. Anyway, I feel like I wasn't supposed to do that, but that's okay. We survived. Let's bump the stump. And Puncher's going to send me up. And yeah, let's not die to the crush death right away, of course, but yeah, it looks like it's just a kind of stump stack extravaganza here. Right from the start. Oh, I see some bombardment doing a bit of the setup. Yeah, something's going to drop here at some point, perhaps. I don't know. Looks like there's going to be a fair bit of back and forth. True to the long and winding Maker 1 style. Okay, drop, and then coin 1 over there. Well, the thump's not going to cut through, but we will bump it from below. If it's a muncher, then that'll get a crush, so... I thought it would have room. I didn't. The Enrichment Center would like to congratulate you on your flawless victory. I can't really do the GLaDOS voice, even if I am running this stream on a potato. Anyway, let's go on. And up ahead. Let the pump go up, and then we'll bump this from below, and... can we still go for the coin? Yes, I think we can. We just need to land at a stump. I think, in fact, it specifically shows you that this stump and coin overlap. Will work. I was trying to bait it down. Not very successfully. Okay, so let's wrap around one more time. Yeah, optional path tells me that it's probably just going to be coin collection this time. The coins do look optional, so that's fine, we'll just see it as completely as we can. Bust it open this up, and then we'll give you a little reminder here of the contact with a stump. And then drop it once more to ride the lift all the way up. Look at that boot. Then we'll continue over here, and then we lead the boot. And then, yeah, left, that's fine. And then, again, I guess. That looked like something on the left. Okay, I got distracted. I saw the coin on the left, and I thought, oh, how will we get there? And I realized too late, okay, we should have jumped over to the red boot. No. Slightly distracted by shiny thing there. I mean, Supernova, given that side thwomps weren't even in a game yet, diagonal thwomps were still being researched, I suppose. I mean, I guess you don't need side thwomps to do the diagonal thwomp setup, but, you know. I actually wonder, because, like, the sort of object momentum transfer works so differently in Mako 1, now I kind of want to try out diagonal thwomp setups in it as well. I don't know off the top of my head whether things would work in a similar way. But so many things with muncher collisions in particular work differently in this game. Whoops. As we discovered. Supernova, you know what the craziest thing we learned today actually was? The craziest thing I did not know about Mako 1. Yeah, because, yeah, the thing is, like, munchers push objects so much more aggressively in Mako 2. Instead of stacking nicely, right? It's a totally different kind of contact. But anyway, the craziest thing that we learned about Mako 1 today is that Magic Koopas eliminate one-way panels. That is something I never ever saw before, and I don't know if I just, you know, missed something obvious all this time, but... Whoop. Okay, let's do this. And yeah, we know how this ride is going to go, and we know how to get coin 2. Let's just do it. Jump off screen, because that's totally throwing. Oh, it's just a 1-up mushroom on the top segment there. That's okay, we'll still go for the red boot, the red stiletto, rather, just in case. There's a coin path out there, so... Very nice. We'll just let the level drive itself for a bit. And then we'll keep riding. I do see a coin. Is this going to bump up? Oh, no, we were supposed to go up. No, I was wondering if that was just an alternate path or what, but no, it's just coin 3. So it's just that coin 3 makes you drop a little lower and riskier before you jump off. So you... Yeah, the reason it's... slightly added challenge there is because you do need to drop in lower than you otherwise would if you're heading up top. But I think that's also the thing that would require you to get the stiletto rather than the green boot. Because the winged movement allows you to dip into the coin. Whereas with the green boot you can't. You just go along that main path directly. No, Supernova, I'm going to be doing them in separate sessions. Do actually leave me your code, by the way. Do leave me the code, because I have a fairly substantial chart going of stuff I'll be playing, and because we're kind of doing things maker by maker to some extent, we'll of course see if we can do something that's, you know, kind of pure viewer levels at some point, but it's easier for me if I just kind of have your code now, either here or on Discord or whatever. And then we can actually kind of plan around it properly, so. Yeah, you know what's really kind of irritating is that the web addresses on the old bookmark site have level codes if you're linking to specific levels, and so sometimes I see people sharing their levels. And we're supposed to keep the boot going into this? I think we might have been. Let me see if there's an opportunity to fix this. Otherwise we need to go back and fix the boot. No, it's just this stump. But if you... Anyway, to get back to what I was saying, if you want to look up a maker, past a certain point people were just sharing their maker profiles on the bookmark site, and the web addresses only have their old Nintendo network usernames, and they don't have codes, because there are no maker codes. So this was something that we found kind of profoundly annoying already, where, you know, if I'm trying to hunt down a particular maker that I remember, I have to have level codes, and if they were just sharing from the bookmark site, then no such luck. We missed this opportunity. Let's just get a crush so we can go back. Are we past checkpoint? We are not. I didn't think so. So we have to get 5 coins up to that point first. Yeah, Supernova, if you don't know your codes, then I don't know how you expected me to play your level in the first place. Because the thing is, if you only have your old bookmark site link, that doesn't help because it would only be your username and there's no way to search it. Unless you can find, I don't know, some kind of link to someone who played your level, or a link to where you might have shared it. But because if you don't have codes, then not much we can do. And that's the case with a couple of people who have asked if I can play their Maker 1 levels, is that, you know, in general, a lot of people just don't have Wii U's. plugged in or available anymore. And unfortunately, if you didn't have some kind of history of sharing levels individually, or partaking in a project with public level codes like previous editions of IMM or one of the many organized super worlds or whatever, then there's just no way for me to find it. So that would be unfortunate. Oh yeah. We need to grab this, and then let's not miss coin 5. Coin 4 we can get pretty easily, as long as we don't die to the crush death here. Coin 5, a little bit tricky because of the way that we can slip off the wall. But yeah. Need a bomb to open this up first. Then grab this, and then track the camera position. Oop, that's okay. Kind of remember, I think it was Saku who built something like this in Maker 2 as well. Like where you kind of progress through a level by moving cloud snubs everywhere. Okay, 5, and then let's not get a crush death. Let's see how far it is before checkpoint. Crush death is probably the biggest risk here. Of course, this positioning kind of stabilizes just because, you know, clouds move the camera, and then camera binds the other clouds, and so things line up a little bit more gently, mostly, depending on how long you stay on, of course. Because the longer you stay on, the more camera movement you get, and then the more you have to deal with subsequent clouds moving back and forth. Yeah, so when we want to reposition, we just ride a little bit longer as we try to go up the column. Oh. Basically, I think we want the cloud that we're riding on to stabilize, and then we use that to predict the next position. Whoops. Hope we don't time out in this segment. Well, we're at 5 coins, though. I would imagine that maybe checkpoints might be soon, so... But we will see. Can't assume anything. Nope. This could, in fact, take a while. But yeah, as long as we don't outright die. We can hop around a bit until things just work. Nope, slipped off. Yeah, I mean, the columns here kind of give you a sense of where you want to be reasonably centered. It's actually not a bad concept as far as getting over it goes. But we'll get over it. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, if you look at the tracks that are very well disguised by the windows, in fact, that must be where the stump drop setup is happening. As you scroll the bombs into view, or just slightly out of view, rather. Anyway, let's move on up. Yeah, sometimes... Well, we'll see. Nope. There we go. Let's not lose it now. 154 on the clock, and it's going to be checkpoint 1. And then everybody gets a mushroom. whether you're taking the flag or not. Do we see a coin in this segment? I don't. So let's rise up. You only noticed them because I pointed them out. Oh, you mean the tracks? Or something else? Yeah, they're very well disguised. But then, of course, you know, Maker 1 also has tracks that blend differently for each theme, and it's kind of a nice thing about the game that's often easy to forget. Okay, so if we miss, we want to go straight down that column, and the tracks would then give you a bit of a visual indication too as to how to get back down safely. So let's go up. Yeah, we know where the coin is located at this point, we just need adequate positioning. Straight down, there we go. Easy to see once you know what to look for. Sneaky centering with those true dry bones in the first room. Yeah, in general, the flexibility of the centering in Maker 1 is something that's very much missed. A lot of flexibility in general, just with, you know, pipes and semi-solids especially. Okay, so we'll just wiggle our way around here. I guess eventually we want to wiggle on top of the door, but, you know, not before we've a chance to go for the coin. Quickly. Not very quickly. How do we get down if we overshoot like that? Yeah, no, I see. We're supposed to go up in this segment. No, the door is where we dropped in. Well, yeah, Supernova. I mean, the editor tech in the first Maker made centering very, very simple. Like, you don't need to deal with offset setups and such. You just stack things on a potoboo in the editor, position accurately, and then you delete the potoboo. That was... Oh, you mean in terms of just having them, like, tucked into each other like that? I mean... Yeah, there's some kind of deletion trick with that as well. I might just look it up in the editor afterwards. But in general, you know, it's much more flexible to just do kind of 2/1 centered stacks in Maker 1 to begin with, so it's almost certainly some kind of deletion trick. But yeah. And I think it's just a potoboo deletion, to be honest. Because you could probably still sneak that on either side. But yeah, Maker 1 had a lot of stuff like that that was kind of immediately missed. That's okay, we don't care. Let's get out. Boo riding like this was actually one of the first things I tried to figure out in Maker 1. But I kept trying to do it with things like, you know, buzzies and such instead of the stump setup, because I, of course, didn't know the stump setup back in early 2015. Or, well, late 2015 was when the earliest months of the game were. But yeah, I tried to make a Boo ride level like this as one of my first creations, and it definitely has some slight issues of reliability, but Actually, I mean, no, it was reliable, I would say, but, you know, you'd have potential issues with people slipping off buzzies and such. And of course, this pace of play is definitely not for everybody. And yeah, I knew very little about Mega 1 while I was current. It's funny because I just mentioned that in one of my very first levels, well, the same one where I was trying to do boost stacking, I was trying to do chomp stacking like this as well. But again, like I said, I was trying to do it with things like buzzy shells rather than with stumps, because I didn't know how to set up stumps. Oh, missed it. Let's just take it out. That's the last coin before safety. And we're right here in this segment, so that's great. And we have a mushroom, so we can even take damage there if we absolutely want to feel cheesy about it. So. Hey, we even came out of here with no damage. Love this double stack here. Okay, let's not take key death. This is not protected against key death. As it turns, I missed it. It's key death. It's key death. Well, it's a 2016 level, and keys had not been around long enough for the community to have standardized a solution to this. We realized this with some of the other levels we've been playing as well. Yeah, because back then, right, like, keys were new enough that I think people realized key death was a problem, but because key death is kind of like a community knowledge thing, where, you know, the idea of having a safety coin at the end is something that took time to really circulate, as this is the best way to deal with it, because it's not obviously the solution that should be the solution for everyone, and I kind of remember that. Mostly because, like, the main obstacle with safety coins is that they rely on community understandings of what the safety coin is for, especially if it's in a non-linear level where you know, wrap around pipes in multiple segments and do things in whatever order. In a linear one, yeah, I mean, you know, safety coin I think is pretty obviously the thing you should do, because you're not going to have too many options up to that point. But I remember noticing this with a lot of levels sort of within the first year or so of key coins being introduced in patch 1.4, that you didn't really have a standard way of dealing with the problem yet. And so, anyway, I probably should not have taken a key death when I knew that was going to be the issue. I saw that the stump was going to get me under the door, but I think we just hit up a smidgen too late, and I wasn't quite confident in the positioning there, so... Because, you know, the stump is looking a little offset the whole time. And we'll just go back and do it again. It does mean we have to do the cloud climb prior to checkpoint 1 again, and that will be the thing that takes the longest, I'm sure. Yeah. And I think... I seem to recall that even the key death logic itself sort of changed between patches at one point as well, and might have changed one way and was reverted the other way or something. I vaguely remember this from some C video feature back in the day on trying to construct unbeatable levels and such. You know, using key logic from checkpoints to break things. There was a little back and forth from the software side too, in terms of how that would be handled. No, we need to take a death here. No. Except I need to take a death now, and that, well, we can just do it with Crush. Okay. Or we could have just hit restart since we're past checkpoint. No, since we're not past checkpoint, rather. Anyway. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see just how much the, key coin meta has progressed since then, with people starting to develop things like anti-key death setups and such. And even with something like anti-key death, you kind of have to understand as a player in advance what's going on. And, okay. Down it goes. And we'll continue. Yeah, this is kind of a dangerous last segment too, so this might not even be the last time we start from scratch, even if we do get all coins getting out of segment 1 here. Oh, nope, wrong way. I backed up just a little too early. I was probably not supposed to back up there in the first place, but I was trying to wind up a dash, get up to the upper platform. We really should have waited. But yeah, these things happen. At least when I'm playing. Alright, down we go. And forward. Go quickly. Just try to get out of the first segment again. I mean, we've said timelier things, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a little stump bump on my head at the beginning too. That's thankfully not going to break anything. But we know how it's going to go at this point, so let's just go through the motions and try to get back to the jump segment safely. Definitely are a few specific coins that I'm more concerned about than others. Well, we did well that time too, on the attempt that got me to key death in terms of keeping the mushrooms through the chomp segment. Only to squander the whole advantage. But yeah, this is kind of a neat experience to play this level, because I do think back to my considerably less developed idea. That was boo rides and chomp rides. Back in the earliest days of the game. We've gotten that one up before. We don't have anything to prove with it anymore. Let's just make sure we face the boot the right way on the way over, and then, yeah, after this jump, we can start turning back a little bit to make sure we get this jump just barely over the corner. And then we'll avoid crush deaths and try not to miss 0.5. Which is one that does not really give me a second opportunity. Yep, slipping off everywhere. Nope, let's not get crushed. Generally with clouds you just want to try to minimize camera movement if you can. Or just take them in the correct direction of travel. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I've had a lot of jumps off ledges just slip completely, and I'm not sure if it's just, you know, muscle memory on the Wii U gamepad or if it was actually some kind of engine change. P jumps are definitely really rough past the early 2016 patch. The night and day difference. They feel like Maker 2 P jumps until March 2016, and then they are absolutely dreadful. Because I think after the patch, you know, the P switch timing in Maker 1 is that you kind of have to hit a particular window at the beginning and the end of your contact with the P, so it's not very intuitive. So suddenly, you know, this thing that's very benign for a certain point in the history of this game just became a huge threat. But yeah, definitely I've been just falling off ledges all over the place. And okay, good. That didn't take as long as before. 266 on the clock. That's not as bad as it was earlier. Might as well just leave the mushroom here in case we want it for some purpose. Three more coins before the next checkpoint, I think. Yeah, because then there's a chomp coin and then the one in the last segment. The key death coin. Straight down the middle, yep. There we go. Relatively clean. And then the next coin... The next two coins are the boo rides. Okay, let's... Yeah, you can, of course, freeze the boo with how you're standing just by kind of facing into it, and we should use that a lot more often than we have. Alright, fine, we'll just do that. And then take it out. Blow shave there. That's okay, we made it. And now we don't have a margin of error. So we just need to be a little bit cautious with this. As we do this little precision bit here. I thought that was going to look so clean too, and then we totally blew it at the end. It would actually be pretty difficult with Super Mario. I think, you know, if you're Super Mario at that point, you just take the hit and move on. Because you're not likely to get through that corner otherwise. Yeah, we'll see how much resetting we have to do through this experience if Death is in play. Whoops. Well, I mean, if you find it unusual for me to tell you to take a hit and move on, I think maybe we've been conditioned by that junior fight in the Mecha Bowser level. Anyway. Slightly annoying that I didn't grab that coin. There we go. I think we kind of take this at a slight diagonal so we can kind of speed through it gently. That's much better, actually. Much better. Wow, that was a close shave. Yeah, and you can, of course, crouch through it if you have a good angle in the next segment. But maybe you can go through in Super Mario form, but... go over here. But then, anyway, we can actually take damage at this point if we really wanted. I guess we will. Well, we're about to hit checkpoint anyway, so... as we can get under the ceiling here. There we go. Kind of a 2-to-1 pipe as we hit checkpoints. Oh, never mind. Now it's going to get a little dicey as we go for the coin, but that's okay. Yeah, you just jump at the last possible moment and get it. Okay, key death time. And we have no mushroom this time. Yeah, let's actually try to keep the mushroom from the previous room, because otherwise key death is going to be a huge, huge risk. We shouldn't even go for it if we don't have the mushroom, I think. Well, like I said. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying to risk key death without the mushroom. We need at least a 1-hit buffer just to give ourselves the chance to learn it. And it, oops, missed again. Let's actually watch the floor. Now we do know, whoops, that for this coin we just try to jump out at the last moment. And it's actually quite a bit tighter than it looks. Not too difficult to execute once you get down to it. The head bump there is totally throwing me off. But maybe we'll just crouch jump out of that or something. Or, you know, just play carefully. Nope, overshooting. But I absolutely think we should keep the mushroom or not even bother. That's a little better. Let's survive this bit. Good. Nope. We see that pipe on the left. That's may or may not be relevant to the secret route later on, depending on where the pipe transition is located. Nope. That's okay, it'll still be a time save too. Make sure we get through here in one piece. Without too much awkwardness in the positioning along the way. Nope. Actually, you know, I should have practiced the last coin on this attempt and then taken a death after that. If we survive with the mushroom but miss this coin, we should take the opportunity to practice. Let's try not to miss this coin down. Okay, much better shape. Okay, much better shape. Now let's not miss the door. No, I was trying to hold up there and it didn't go. Oh no, it's keyed out. And the thing is, until you have the key in hand, you're not going to get a proper test on whether you make contact with the door, right? I was holding up into that the whole time, but the positioning was off. And I may even have to scout that room in advance just to see what the position on the stump is supposed to be, so we know where to stand on it, because it's not easy to see where to stand for contact with the door to be confirmed. Okay. Whoops. Well, that's the price of completionism. Oh, we'll do it. Then proceed over here. And make it through here. We'll just continue this way. Up we go. We just wait for coin 3 here. Coin 5 is the one I'm mainly worried about. This jump always feels a little bit risky, though. Yeah, coin 5 feels very missable in a way that's difficult to recover. Whereas most of the other ones give you second chances. Oops, okay, that's fine. That's not so fine. Nope, pushed. Okay, let's be really careful here. There we go. Let's not die to any crushes. That's the main thing to remember before Valentine's Day. And let's get up here. And up we go. And the coin number 6 is in the next segment, so let's plan around that. The head bump is getting me into tons of trouble here. Let's wait. We can crouch jump, but I find that it tends to throw off my positioning a little bit, so let's take it patiently. Yeah, so I think next time we get to the chomp segment, we're actually going to scout the exit first, just to see what the stump positioning should be, so we're adequately prepared. So we've missed it twice now, having the key while seemingly sitting on top of the door. So there is somewhere that we're supposed to stand. But we'll find out what that is. Let's wait. There we go. And then it's just the 2 boo rides, which will then get you up to the chomp segment with the mushroom. Okay, here again, kind of doing a bit of a diagonal sweep towards the coin seems to work best, positionally speaking, in terms of being able to beat the timing, because then you just get the boo to ride continuously, or not. That's okay, we'll get out with time to spare. It just means that we're in a bit of a tighter spot with the second boo ride, but we'll just manage that. And try not to have too many issues as we pilot the boo up top. Okay, that was cleaner than usual. Yeah, you do get a little bit of angular control here. It's very granular, but it does work. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to keep the mushroom and scout the door first. We're going to deliberately skip this coin for a moment while we do that, because we really can't afford to have more surprises. That's okay, we'll fail to skip that. Yeah, so we'll skip this coin, and we'll see if I can visualize where to stand on the stump in the last segment. It's just too huge a reset to do it without practice. Let's take a look. So you can get up top immediately. Then who's here? So if you stand on the right stump, I think if you're kind of halfway over, it makes contact. Otherwise, you kind of need to stand in the middle, and hopefully it pushes you in towards the door and that step over there. If you're just on the left stump, I think you're out of position. So let's see it. And again, we want to conserve the mushroom, otherwise key death is too much of a risk, and reset's just a little too big, so. We'll go for the coin this time. For a jump, let's not forget that. Alright, moment of truth. Okay, stand in the middle. There we go. Look at all these dead chomps everywhere. And king, except we would like to pick up a flower if we can. And then just ride the lift on up. Look at that, little king's crown over here. Love this little stump pyramid that we have just to groove a little something at the end. And yeah, that's just yet the end of the final riding segment. So we will take that victory. And yeah, we were definitely stumped, in a manner of speaking. Okay, one more to go. In the Hall of the Monte King. Wonder if there will be a musical element to it. It certainly looks like it if you look at the note block and track placements and everything. That it'll probably give you Grieg's Hall of the Mountain King, except with Monty's, and 0.43 on this one. I'm looking at this, of course, to see if there's any evidence of a secret exit we should be aware of. Maybe. But we'll have to take a look. Guessing it's a music scroller, but we'll see. As expected, is the Hall of the Mountain King, and we just need to hit that a little more promptly. That was a looking at chat death. You were saying 0.43% clear rate, your average 100 Mario easy level. Yeah, probably. That's why there's a 0.43% clear rate, because we're just going to miss every jump. Yeah, we needed to get that initial jump on the mole to make it over to the next one. No coin collection or anything, but we'll keep an eye out for secrets. Try to catch this quickly. Of course, you kind of need to get within range of the bounce here. Let's try to bounce this a little better. We're coming in a bit low. I think we should actually, like, maybe wait for it to come up just tad. Bounce, and then up. No, I saw this and I was thinking, okay, we'd better get off of it before, but since we don't know where the landing point is yet, maybe we need to wait on that one. I haven't seen enough to know yet. This way, please. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I had to take a moment to read that because, of course, spikes over semi-solid. I had to kind of process, is this maker 1 or 2? And then kind of had to remember which one was which. Yeah, let's run it over this way and over this way. Might be a little bit time sensitive. There's a bit of room for adjustment here, though. As long as we catch up by the time we get to the blaster column later on. Here we go. Yeah, that's good. I don't know why I was expecting it to come up at that point. We should actually wait to confirm it. I mean, it's auto-scroll, everything's going to be consistently timed. As long as we get within the relevant activation boxes. Actually, no, it's all wrenches. No, it's some moles. Yeah, so as long as we kind of consistently get within the activation boxes at a regular clip. And before wrenches are thrown at us, too late. Okay. There we go. Let's wait. couple jumps, we'll be fine. I saw the bombs, I just didn't look at the position carefully enough to realize that it was going to be an instant detonation. I thought it were maybe just going to be temporarily moved up into position before they blow up. But note, given the jump underneath, that is definitely just instant crush. Yeah, the wrenches are timed to music. That we did notice. Let's try to get the easy stuff done. We might be slipping just slightly. Okay, up we go. Always a little late on that, I'm just reacting poorly. That's okay. Last one of the day is gonna happen. Alright, let's ride this out. Pull up, there we go. And then this will go right, and then... Yeah, no, we do need to have a continuous movement on the Buzzy so we can land on it on the other side after that mole comes up. Let's not do that. Yeah, a lot of it is maintaining momentum and facing the moles in the right direction, so... As is so often the case with mole scrollers. Yeah, a little too much reversal time there, that's okay. I was about to say we can catch up there, but... Yeah, there's a pretty generous margin to catch up before the triple wrench that comes up. Lead them all. Let's just try to get up there a little bit sooner. Then we have a bit of time to wait. Yeah, that's just based on range, so ride this out and then a pipe. There we go. Checkpoint. I mean, we just have to go for it given the scrolling speed. Don't think we can really delay. Yeah, and I do get the sense that we're supposed to listen to the music cue here, but doesn't mean that we can't just gun it. We do have to wait slightly for things to get into place. That's a nice little percussive effect on the bombs there. Oh, whoops. Slip right out. Okay, that's not too bad for the blind read. This segment. But of course we don't want to lose too much momentum going in. And through we go. Oh, no. Shouldn't have stalled there. Took me a moment to remember, okay, wait, this is a bomb activation. Yeah, wing spike tops back then acted as moving ground. Yeah, there's quite a lot that we kind of had to relearn again in puzzles as well, with how objects would transfer momentum and carry each other. Winged spike tops being one of those. Some very different stacking logic across the game, in fact, when it comes to movement. Doesn't just go with Mario, but also for objects that are stacked on top of them, like these POWs here, which is what you were talking about. Because it isn't true that in Maker 2 the POWs just slip off. Which was why in some puzzles that we played in Maker 1, it was sometimes a bit of tunnel vision that we can have for things like that, where we say, oh, that's obviously not going to work, and then turns out, Make 1 physics. Yes, it does work. Like moving objects on spike tops, for sure. Whoops. Now, the bombs are on a detonation timer, so you can't take too long with them, but the activation itself is based on Mario's range. Let's wait. Oh, nope. Yeah, I slipped a little bit too far there before getting the jump down. I knew there was some kind of momentum correction I had to do that I did not have time to do. Alright, let's run it. Yeah, love the satisfaction of getting the bombs to activate on the beat. Whoops. Once again, same spot, just slipping right off. Same issue that we've had throughout the entire Maker 1 experience of the jump timings feeling a little bit sluggish. Oops. Yeah, when you get things that just happen on the beat, everything just lines up in a very satisfying fashion. Yep. I was trying to get the high bounce at the end there, but because of the moles falling everywhere, I couldn't actually see Mario's position. And so yeah, the music definitely is supposed to be a bit of an accuracy metric on the platforming. You can tell how it's supposed to go. Kind of reminds me of late game Rayman Legends in some ways. As well as some of the music levels that we've already seen, particularly some of the ones by Ren earlier this week, where there was this real interactive element to the music track, where, you know, if you get everything to line up properly, you just know you're doing things correctly at that point. Not that you have much flexibility. Nope, we really can't stand on the back half here before Spike Top gets running. I mean, we generally can't stand on the back half anyway, just because it's not designed to accommodate that. Whoa. I thought it was going to catch it, but maybe just a little too early on that. Yeah, even though the mole activations are dependent on Mario's position, if you are on the beat, that's how you know you're on pace. That seems to be the central concept of this design. Okay, run to the right and over. Nope. Yeah, again, I can't really back into that. I was doing short bounces, but because I just could not see my position underneath the moles. That was a little bit tricky to execute. You just kind of had to trust your memory for where you are and what your momentum is like. Because when I'm bouncing over the 4 consecutive balls, Mario practically feels invisible. I don't know if that's actually the case if you're looking at the footage objectively, but it certainly feels that way. Just with all the overlaps happening with moles dying on you. Okay, short bounce. There we go. Nope. Hesitated a little bit too much as I was just making sure that we had a safe landing. We're supposed to outrun at that point. Okay, let's go over. This way. A little late on that, as you can see. That's okay. Some flexibility to catch up as long as we're just not totally off-center on the jumps themselves. And up we go. Yeah, you can kind of back into the landing a little bit because at that point it doesn't matter, but... And up. Too early. After having been trained by so many music scrollers to just always go fast, because usually the problem is that I'm going too slowly. This one does require a little bit more exactitude when it comes to actually listening to the track instead of just thinking about it as background. And because it happens very often, particularly in Maker 2, where I see a particular obstacle that I can't quite manage, and usually the problem is that I'm going too slowly. This is not the case here. Whoops. But we do still need momentum. Okay. A little bit behind. That's okay, we can catch up here. It's actually surprisingly widespread. Checkpoint 2. And now there's a loop that is being loaded into place. We'll see what it is. I mean... let's let it play. Oh, time to go electric. POW up top. I see it, I see it. I was looking around and thinking, where's the POW? And there it is. Too early. And it is boss time, yes. Yeah, we can see the goal already, it's just that we do need to hit the POWs in sequence. I see multiple POWs that we'll need to hit in sequence. Yeah, it's gonna be multiple POWs. where you need to hit the POW up top first, and I think probably drop back to the left to hit the second POW on the second mole. That's what looks to be the case. Yeah, and then one more. Then we need to get across to flag after this, right? Oh, no, it's going to go up like that, okay. Now that I didn't realize. Yeah, you guys need to do 2 hits in sequence, and if you can get over to the door, that would be secret exit. Oh, that's not the secret exit. That's got to be accessible though, right? Or maybe not. I'm not sure. I feel like we should see the layout before we assume anything about the door. Because it is a door, if there is somewhere that it leads, it would be visible in the banner. Let's take a look. I mean, you do see a couple of Bowsers at the top of the layout. But that's just for the instrumentation. Yeah, that's just for the instrumentation. So you get Bowser going electric. I don't see where the door would take you. Or where it is matched. But the fact that it... Oh, no, I do see it. I do see it. It's to the left of that pipe. That's in the center. So yeah, actually it is accessible, and it's at the very end of the level, so we basically need to go through the whole thing to go for it. That is such an exact position that you need on the mold bounce to get it, though. Yeah, because it looks like it's actually going to lead towards a pipe. But then, no, that can't be right. Because then how do you get back out to the exit? Unless it spits you back into the final segment again. That can't be right. So, yeah, what I'm taking a look at here is above here with the T section of the pipe. That looks like a secret. We have to do it. We have to check it. But do we have to do the whole level to try to get the ending there? I mean, it looks conveniently accessible, other than just being the ending door. I feel like it has to be checked. Let's do it. This might take a while, because we have to clear the level as many times as we need to. Kind of make it happen, so... But given how long we spent on the Mecha Bowzilla's secret earlier today, you know, I feel like we should commit seriously to this. We've seen a secret in pretty much every level so far today, apart from the shooter one beginning, which we did check pretty carefully. So we know it's kind of likely, especially with the way the goal is set up. The question mainly is whether we can bypass the flag. I thought I had the momentum to do it, but we bumped the ceiling. So it's kind of like a bit of a controlled jump to skip over it. I know. Need to trust the momentum here. So yeah, we have cleared this, we just need to check the secret once more. Maybe appreciate some more of the music track while we go back through it. And we've learned the level at this point. Too soon. Really do need to wait on the listen. Nope. Skate, ride it out to the right. I always feel like I'm about to slip off when I'm jumping off the right half, which is why it's a little tricky to do that. I mean, we might wind up playing this quite a few times just to try to get the goal to line up. But yeah, I can see how the bombs are supposed to line up now too on the beat if you are there on time. Here we go. Then, to ride this one out to the right. Okay, past segment 1 at least. Yeah, it's pretty clearly where the secret is. Luckily, practice this segment a little more often at this point. Bounce. Nope. Too far to the left. That's okay. Once you learn it, it does come together. Mostly. Yeah, no, you do need to build momentum instead of hugging the scroll boundary the whole time. Even though the level does want to make you back up and slow down a little bit. Okay, everything up to this point is fine. Yeah, you're kind of at the right side of the T-pipe. I wonder if the implication is that if you get the secret door, you kind of need to come back and do this segment again. Oh, okay. Got here safely. Good. Missed. That's okay. Then, let's see this fire again. Yeah, just Bowser playing his guitar. Do this. Then past that point, we should get a wrench. So now the question is getting the wrench up so we can go over the flag. No. You actually not go over the flag in Maker 1? Because now that I'm thinking about it, you see, I'm trying to think about the Maker 1 logic again because can you actually not go over the flag in Maker 1? I'm trying to remember this now. Because the goal tape works differently than Maker 2. Yeah, I feel like we have already in previous levels, right? But the thing is, I can never tell if I'm going to make it. Because it totally looked like I had the momentum to go over. And that's the only candidate secret. Man, you think there's an invisible wall, but you think it's not all the way up. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Because I was kind of surprised that my momentum was just completely cut. Because I felt like I should very easily have been able to get over on that jump that time. It's quite possible that the door is just a decoration. Any other door we see isn't actually accessible, but is just there to match it aesthetically. You see a sideways spring falling. Let's take one more look at it, maybe. Because maybe the door that is to the left of the pipe segment and the pipe segment itself are just there for aesthetic reasons. Because the thing is, you know, if it's a door that's not directly placed to give you an exit back into the main room, then you would presumably have some kind of many-to-one pipe setup from the subworld that's going to kick you back into main world anyway. Because, you know, if there's just a little aesthetic door at the end, then it has to be matched somewhere, and it might just be matched somewhere that's totally irrelevant. You know, just to get the overall layout to look nice. Yeah, because it totally looked like I didn't bump into anything that time, and I just totally got dunked onto a flag, so we can try one more time, but if it looks like it's really not happening, then maybe I'll just assume that this is not in fact a secret. Again, we can check in the editor afterwards, but I won't do it on stream. But we'll see. In general, though, you know, we've been diligent enough about secret hunting that I don't want to miss it if it is there, because certainly in Maker 2 terms, you look at something like that and you immediately assume that's a reachable secret if you just get a really good jump. Oops. Too early. But we made it. Yep. Slip right off. Yeah, I really wonder about this. Because if it's a matter of having to go higher above the flag to not hit the invisible wall, then maybe trying to do a controlled jump through there was a bad idea, and what we should actually do is just try to aim as high as we can with a full jump. Because I assumed that the first time it failed because I hit the ceiling or something, which we can't really see due to Maker 1 camera. But if it is the case that we just hit, could I precision land on top of the big mole? Could I do it personally? Well, I don't know, but could I do it theoretically? Good question. No, whoops. I mean, at least we got to the second clear fairly quickly, but we will see. No. Again, just not standing on the right side of this. Anyway. lands on the beat. It's very satisfying. Nope, that's off. Yeah, you pretty much need to stay on the right side of the buzzy the whole time. Classic case of practically and theoretically having different answers. I mean, that's usually the case, right? For most things. Oops. Yeah, I keep trying to back up into the buzzies just as a habit. Because the jumps feel a little bit too risky otherwise, but then that just ends up sabotaging our pace. Okay, let's just do this. Okay. That went okay. Not too badly. Let's just do this again. No, I knew that was going to fall pretty short. Yeah, we just need to get back to the boss and we'll try it again. Yeah, definitely the combination of a fast scroll and the kind of forced delay here are throwing me off a bit. But very satisfying moment there. Okay. Oh, I could actually see Mario at the time. It was an improvement. Alright, now let's see this once again and see if we can make something happen here. Unless the door at the end is actually a shortcut exit rather than an entrance. No, I don't see how that could be the case. I'm just thinking about the piping. The T-shaped layout there. Whether that's included to anything at all. I only just noticed that the spiny on top of the mole is the crown, because it's the Monty King. I feel like I've almost certainly seen a similar aesthetic idea with a couple of other levels as well. Like, you know, people who do King the Bomb from Mario 64, for instance, using the spiny crown to evoke that effect. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Like I said, we'll probably just give this one more attempt to see, and then we'll probably scratch it after that if it looks like getting over the flag is not actually possible. But it might be just, you know, the fullest possible jump that we get, rather than trying to be a little bit shy about a ceiling bump. Now we have to wait now for the one with the wings. Yeah, let's not have it throw a wrench. I think I'm just not going high enough. That time I was definitely just curving towards the flag. Like, that time was just not nearly high enough. Whereas previously it seemed like I could do it. Landing on a mole is impossible. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that time I was just not nearly high enough. I mean, it looks like there's plenty of space over the flag, but that time was not even a good jump that we got. I think we kind of need to hit the wrench at its maximum height, because it is going to float up and down a little bit. And so we need to find a particular cycle. Need more magmentum. For a moment I thought you were going to say momentum, but either way will do. Anyway, we are learning something. Stand on the right. One, two, three, four. Nope, not quite. Holy moly, what a missed opportunity, exactly. Making mountains out of molehills. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I always have trouble seeing Mario there. Okay, let's try it again. After the second power hit, we'll take our time to look at the Rocky Wrench pattern to see if there's a particular moment of height gain that we should really try to go for deliberately. Of course, you need to get back there first without dying on every single jump. Okay. Clear what to do here. Now let's just not die for a moment. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, so the guy with the wings is going to come out. Let's watch his pattern. I mean, there is kind of a maximum on him. No, it's not the spring. We are definitely getting dunked towards the flag as we try to go over. It's not letting me get over the flag. For sure. I kind of wonder if it's a Maker 1 there. Yeah, there's definitely collision there. We've seen it multiple times, and now I think I've seen enough of it to know that's not going to be it. So, I wonder what that spring drop at the end is about, though. If that's the case. I think it's just because like there's something with the instrument setup that's up top, and then maybe the enemies being eliminated by the flag is kind of you know, making it drop out, but because it's just a little thing to make sure you get knocked down to the door in the ending sequence. I don't know, because I feel like it's not the first time we've encountered that over the course of playing Maker 1, but, you know, we'd never encountered it quite so explicitly, because previously we just didn't have situations where we needed to get over the flag. You can, for instance, take doors that send you to the right side of the flag. It's sort of curious, too, because this is the opposite of how the Super Mario World goal lets you go through without touching the tape. So it's the opposite behavior of that, right? And so yeah, I think we've seen this jump enough now to kind of be convinced that it's not going to happen. Anyway, I think that we're going to call it from here. And I'll have to look at it carefully to see. I might put it through the editor, but we'll determine that later. And if I need to return to it at some point, you know, we've got a lot of level sets we had previously streamed that might be candidates for a future session once we get through more makers between now and April, because that'll be the priority. We found secrets everywhere else that we thought to look for them today. Actually, I mean, there wasn't one in M-Type, as far as we could tell. And I did check. But with everything else we did today, we did take the time to do what optional content we could. Yeah, this one didn't have a secret either, I think. It was just the one-up past the gold tape at the end. And of course we spent entirely too long finally getting the key exit in Mega Bowzilla. So, really satisfying session today, playing through the whole 2016 Set by Kiavik. This was 2017 in the Hall of the Monte King. Quite a break after 1YMM, although I guess, you know, they were rolling out the anniversary levels slowly over the course of 1YMM as well. The release schedules used to be different. I think they were doing like one a day or something for that, and you know how much time Kiavik wound up spending on playtesting for other people instead. I think that was very much the case for the Maker 1 era as well, and you can see that, you know, past this point he just makes levels for the anniversary. Apart from things like the GDQ level that never actually stayed up on the server. And of course we've seen a couple of profiles already in browsing where people clearly did delete some earlier work as well and cleared out some things. Not the case here, I think, because we have levels that date back to the earliest point of the game, but anyway, we'll have to check this thing with a flag. But apart from that, a very, very satisfying day of Mario Maker. And was quite a pleasure to finally catch up on things that we had seen before and things that we haven't. And just really enjoying the variety of the experience from level to level. So that's all for today. We will be back, if we can, with Maker 2 viewer levels tomorrow, and then I do already have some Maker 1 makers lined up for next week. And you'll just have to come back to find out who they are. Thanks for watching. Until we meet again, don't hit the top of the flagpole on your way out. And as always, have a wonderful weekend and week and month ahead of you. It's almost the end of January, so I guess most of those things are equivalent. And above all, fare thee well.